Test. Hello. Testing. Hello. Testing. One, two. Testing. Hello. Test. Hello. Testing. One, two. Hello. Testing. One, two, three, four. Test. One, two, three.
हेलो हेलो can we switch it off? Switch on please.
Keyboard. Kursi. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Monitor, monitor. ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ತಾಯಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ You want to put it here or do you come back after you know? No, no, no. ಹಿಂಗಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ದೀಪ ಅವ್ರು ದೀಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವಾಗ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಮಾತು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸಂಜೆ ಇಟ್ಕೋತೀವಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಗ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು Please confirm we are ready here.
Okay. We'll just start in 5 minutes, just waiting for more people to come in.
When just start from this.
Ah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Ritika, and I'm from batch AMP batch 18. A big round of applause for batch 18. We are freshly off the boat today. And a big and very warm welcome to Prayaan 2024, the first ever AMP alumni meet. Today is truly a momentous occasion as we gather to celebrate the legacy of the Advanced Management Program at the prestigious IIM Bangalore. This program, crafted with brilliance and foresight, has been a cornerstone of leadership, development, and transforming senior executives into trailblazers for nearly over 2 decades. Over these remarkable 18 years, the AMP program has stood tall, building not just careers but also legacies, fostering leaders who have shaped industries, driven innovation, and made a difference to society. We are proud to say that the success of AMP is deeply rooted in the tireless dedication of our esteemed faculty. A very, very heartfelt thanks to our program directors, Professor Ashok Thampi, Professor Reggie, Professor Srivardhani, Professor Susanta Kumar Mishra, for their outstanding leadership in guiding this transformative journey. Let's put our hands together for them. Let us also take a moment to acknowledge the world-class facilities of IIM Bangalore, a campus that has been a cradle of knowledge and inspiration. From its lush greenery to cutting-edge infrastructure, IMB is not just a space, it's a feeling, a vibrant ecosystem that fosters learning, collaboration, and growth. I'm sure all of us agree with that. And as we embark on this journey of reflection and connection, let's remember that this is not just an alumni meet, it's a celebration of excellence, collaboration, and the bonds we've built over the years. With that, I invite you all to put your hands together as we begin our journey. And to set the tone for this special day, let us begin with an invocation that inspires positivity and togetherness. Please join me in welcoming our program directors to lead this auspicious moment. Also, it's my privilege and it's my honor to introduce Mr. Madhu on the tabla from AMP Batch 2.
Yes.
His guru is Sri Venugopal Raju. Mr. Pranav Satish on the keyboard, a multi-instrumentalist working in the Kannada film industry, and our esteemed vocalist, Miss Arundhati Hegde, who has performed with the legendary S.P. Balasubramanian. A big round of applause. Thank you, alums, for the wonderful melodious start of the day. May I now request all the PDs and Professor Padmini to please come and light the lamp. So sorry. The post-lunch slump. Thank you, professors. Again, I extend a warm welcome for the first ever alumni meet, which would have been done a really long time ago, but it's never too late. To commence this, I would like to introduce Professor Padmini. Yeah. So Professor Padmini is a professor of finance and accounting area and also serves as the chairperson of executive education programs. She's also the chairperson for the Center of Corporate Governance and Sustainability at IMB. I would request her to address the audience and then introduce Professor Rishikesha Krishnan, who's joining us online, and he's the director at IIM Bangalore, if that is already not known. Over to you, Professor.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I don't need any introduction because I think I've taught all the batches of AMP and coordinated a few batches. So warm welcome to IIM Bangalore once again. And we have been wanting to do this reunion for all AMP alumni for, I think, almost 5 to 6 years I've been telling. And luckily, this has happened now. Good to see some of the faces, particularly AMP2. I know few Madhu is here and AMP 1. Okay, 17, I remember. 17, 15. To go with certain batches to, of course, Barcelona and then also to Switzerland and so on. It's good to see many of you back here. Hope you have a wonderful afternoon together, all of you. It's a good place to network and meet once again, all our friends and so on. So I'll keep it short. Thanks for joining on a Sunday. I know you're all busy. And before I end, thanks to Harish for joining this alumni event. And thanks to Professor Gopal, in spite of his other engagement, he's here today. I have not seen any other PD here. Hopefully, they should join during the course of the evening. Thank you once again. Warm welcome. Have a great day. So I'll now like to invite Professor Rishikesha Krishnan. He is our director, and he will address us as part of this alumni meet. Professor Rishi is in the area of strategy and innovation. I think he has taught many of the batches. Of course, background is IIT, IIM, he needs no introduction. He's also been the director earlier at IIM Indore, and now he is director at IIM Bangalore. Professor Rishikesh just joining us. Over to you, Professor Rishi.
Yeah, thank you, Padmini. Good afternoon. I hope you can all hear me. Okay, that's good. Yeah, first of all, my apologies for not being there in person. Unfortunately, I had a prior commitment today, which was fixed many months in advance. And also, I'm on the road, so please, my apologies for joining you on my mobile. But I must congratulate all the organizers for finally getting together all the alumni of the Advanced Management Program. I just had the pleasure of interacting with the AMP 18 participants just a few years ago. So I'm really happy to note that we have now 18 cohorts of the AMP program who have completed it successfully. And all of you are doing very well in your respective careers. AMP has now become a very significant part of the program portfolio of IMB. It is the program through which we reach out to a senior audience. And many of you, of course, have gone on to very significant achievements after the program. This was earlier one of the gaps in our portfolio, but now I'm glad it's got filled very effectively with the AMP. Just looking forward, I think one of the big challenges for all of us, particularly those of you in senior leadership, is that the environment around us is changing very rapidly, as you all know. I think the nature of work, the nature of organizations, what it means to be competitive, international geopolitics, our own challenges in India, all of these are making running a business and particularly senior leadership roles much more complex than they were earlier. I'm hoping that what you learned in AMP would be helping you quite a bit in dealing with many of these challenges. But AMP has also, I would believe, kept pace reasonably well with all the changes happening. I'm sure AMP 18 is significantly different from AMP 1 to reflect all these changes that have happened over the years. I'm happy to note that in today's alumni meet, we have a series of sessions as well. I hope that those will fill in some of the gaps, particularly that some of the earlier cohorts of AMP might be feeling or facing in the workplace. So let me just take this opportunity to thank you all for being good alumni and good citizens of IIM Bangalore. We look forward to being in touch with all of you. I hope this alumni meet will become a regular feature of the calendar. And do stay connected with us because we would love to know about what all of you are doing, what are your achievements. And even if you're facing challenges, do get back to us on that as well. We would certainly like to explore whether we can offer some refresher courses or any kind of continuous learning opportunities, particularly for those who did the AMP in the earlier cohorts. And I foresee that as the years pass, we will have to make those refresher courses also an important part of our program portfolio. Let me also take this opportunity to remind you, in case you are not aware, that IMB has a rich portfolio of online courses offered on both the edX and Swayam platforms that you might like to register for, at least some of the courses in emerging areas like data science, AI, etc. That's one way of keeping abreast of the changes that are happening. We also have one or two long duration programs online. For example, we have the AI for Managers program. And executive education itself has a whole portfolio of short courses which you could use to fill in any gaps or any needs that you have. So there are multiple ways in which you can stay connected with IMB through our different education offerings. And we would love to continue to interact with you through all these different programs. So best wishes, have a great afternoon, stay in touch with the Institute, and our best wishes will be with you at all times. Thank you.
Thank you for taking time out, Professor Rishi. It was quite interactive and interesting. Before we indulge into our panel discussion by our existing PDs on the evolution of AMP from batch 1 to 18, our present batch has organized a token of gratitude for all the PDs so far. So we would like to call Mr. Harish Mittal on stage to present the token of gratitude to Professor Padmini. And this is on behalf of all the AMP batches. Okay, let's have the claps going, please. Just 1 second, something's coming up. Yeah, it's here. Thank you, Mr. Harish. Thank you, Professor. May I now request Mr. Sham Sundar from AMP Batch 4 to come and present it to Professor Gopal Mahapatra. Please, Professor. Thank you so much. May I now request Mr. Rajalakshmi from Batch 15 to come and present the token to Professor Reggie George. I apologize, that's miss. I'm so very sorry. Thank you, Mr. Rajalakshmi, and I apologize again. Thank you, Professor. May I now request Mr. Manohar Kashyap from AMP 5 to please present the token of gratitude to Professor Mishra. Professor Sushanta Mishra, please. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Vibhas from AMP 1 to come and present the token of gratitude to Professor Ashok Thampi. Okay, apologies again, AMP 4. Thank you so very much. May I now request Ritika from AMP 18 to please come and present the memento to Professor Srivardhani Jha. Thank you very much. And now over to you, all 4 PDs. Please come and grace the audience with your presence on stage and discuss the evolution of AMP from batches 1 to 18. So we'll also be joined by Professor Padmini and Professor Mahapatra on this panel.
So, welcome again to all of you. This is not a lecture. This is sharing the journey, and I think we have not documented every day, every moment. I just want to start off, and I'll invite Professor Padmini to tell. You remember, each institution wants to stand by its flagship program. That is how this institution started. I think in the journey, somewhere executive education was one of the first initiative of IIM Bangalore, if I remember in the early years when it was set up. It was in Hotel Rama, not here. So I think then the PGP started. That's quite unlike other places. But as it started, I think mid-90s, Professor Padmini will correct, this is the 18th batch. The vision was to strengthen top management program. Earlier, our focus was on public sector, sectoral focus, energy, agriculture, transport, power, etc. As we started moving more global, more into the various facets of the economy, the institute also started realigning. And then the vision of the then director and the top faculty was to strengthen the area of executive education at senior and top levels. We did have public policy programs, but those are all educational programs. Continuing education for top management was the priority in the mid-90s. So that is how AMP started. I think Professor Padmini has been privileged to start from the beginning. Maybe she can say how it started. Then all of us will share how the journey has been, how we have reviewed, upgraded, and added points. And what we forget, since from across the batches people are there, you all can add on what more we have done. Of course, towards the end, what the PDs, current PDs will value, including Professor Padmini as Executive Education Chair and Partha here, what more we need to do in the executive education, because I had the privilege all my career to nominate people for AMPs for different parts of the world, including IIM Bangalore. So now let's see how it is evolved here. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. I've been teaching in AMP, I think almost from the first or the second batch. I don't know whether I taught the first batch. We did? Okay. Because the first batch had PDs from finance, it had, that's one of the hallmark of this program. That we have always had 4 to 5 program directors who come with different backgrounds. In the sense, we had one from finance, marketing, strategy, operations. That kind of a profile we had. And the initial batch, the idea was at that time, we need something for senior management or people who will move from, mid management to senior management, and they are just there at that level. And how do we now give them this, you know, uh, this kind of a program which will enable them to, take their own leadership roles little higher. That was the thought process. And I think that is the vision with which we started this program about 18 years back. Initially, I think Professor Shainesh, Professor Narsimhan, Professor Jose, Vasanti, and LS Murthy. I think there were 5 of them who, from different areas. So in some sense, they owned the program, and whatever sessions we needed from those areas, they were the ones who were instrumental in taking those sessions and so on. So it has been evolving over the years. And I remember I came in once as part of AMP 6 or 7. I coordinated one batch in between. AMP 4, okay, you remember better than me. Yeah, AMP 4, I think in between one batch I had coordinated. Then, of course, I coordinated the recent 3 batches. I think over the years, the curriculum has changed because now we have also included some contemporary topics, including AI, uh, data analytics, and so on. And the number of sessions also have gone up on all these contemporary topics. So these 1 or 2 things were new that we had changed over a period of time. Of course, immersion remains. So interesting episode that I had on immersion is always after coming back from immersion, participants felt our faculty are really fabulous. Not that they did not have a good experience there, but they always felt that our faculty were, simply out of this world for, in terms of teaching, etc. So this is broad, quick thought that I had on AMP. I think participants wise, if you see, more or less, the similar profile, everyone wanting to go to the next step and so on. So that way we had a good interaction. Participants are always interactive and so on. Uh, there's always been a push from faculty side. I don't know that we should be having some kind of evaluation in terms of exam. Every batch says that. Yes, go ahead. Yeah, yeah. But I'm glad that some of the projects, at least I don't know about the current batch, but the earlier batches, I've seen some of their projects. They were simply brilliant projects. The final project that people had done. A few of them I have seen while I was coordinating 3 years. I've seen that projects, and of course the earlier two batches I have evaluated. Those projects. They were really very good. Uh, could have been taken to the next level. Some of them have become entrepreneurs and they have taken up these projects as their own business proposition and so on. So that's my quick memory of.
Thank you. I think, ma'am, that time was not the EP chair. I joined IIM Bangalore from Indore, and I think R. Srini was there. He said, Gopal, you support. So I think 13, 14, 15, 16, I was involved. One of the things I remember, many of you got selected. You will not know how much the PD struggled, whom to take in and whom to say. Very tough. Many of you may not know. We had to postpone, we had to debate. Raz and me were there. Then R. Srini, me, Sai. It is cross-functional team in selection. Screening gets done by Partha and his team, but we take on the role of looking at the potential. Very subjective judgment, but you'll be pleasantly surprised. None of our shortlist criteria, we have not had, my last 5, 6 years, I have not seen a single candidate whom we have shortlisted has fallen short of expectation. The errant behavior, we didn't see that across the batches. Because last 2018 onwards, I'm here. I can't remember any. Yeah, one or two participants had family exigency, business exigency. Barring that, I think nobody has let us down. Just to tell you how, will not say how scientific, how orientation our selection has been. Two or three things. I think the introduction of 360 was an area we have been trying from Professor Vasanti and LS Murthy's time. When I was outside, we tried introducing. I don't know, you will all tell how useful it has been. That is one area we did. Exchange program, we have found every time. I did travel with MP batch to Paris. They said, sir, faculty, HEC Paris, no way lesser than any of our faculty. That is one that gave us a reinforcement. Our coverage is fine. Our appearance may not be white or gray, but I think whatever we are, the coverage has been good. Third thing that hit us is we have introduced, like this time you have introduced Indian knowledge system. We have done mindfulness, lot of new technological innovations and product innovations also has been introduced to you. I must tell you, from batch 1 to batch 18, every batch, each faculty, none of them have used the same slide deck. You can just check that. All of them take pains just to stay relevant. I don't know how useful it is to you, but one thing I like to request you as participants, the nomination of AMP is as much institute's job as much as your sponsorship. Like I have nominated to Harvard from 91 onwards. I was in Indal, I nominated, a couple of them became MDs in other companies. I nominated one man called Arnav Mukherjee, who is senior to Ajay. Arnav is IIM Calcutta, IIT. He was hesitating to go to AMP. Today he is MD of CET. So the request to you is please nominate your colleagues or well-wishers will significantly benefit by AMP without going to US. You know what I'm saying? I'm not undermining Harvard, Stanford, Kellogg. It's a good choice. Oracle, we did nominate there, but we always looked at IIM Bangalore. So one way of looking at AMP is in mid-career, this is a good institution, good package, and you're welcome to suggest innovations. Let me tell you as a faculty, I don't know whether I'll get another chance to come back. I have grown, though I had spent 30 years, 35 years in industry. When I taught AMP, I have grown significantly in the topics I taught, be it visioning, be it personality, be it coaching. So you will not only learn, you also let teachers learn. So why I'm saying, as you go forward, please look at how do you add value to the system, not only to your subordinates, to your bosses, peers, and to the larger institutions. This is one shift we see as top and senior people that you can visualize. So that's all from my end, and any questions will respond later on. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay, I think I'm sort of the newest person here in this panel. I started, I mean, have been a program director for just this batch. This is my AMP 18 was my first um, gig as a PD for AMP. But I have been involved in AMP in other ways. I was involved in evaluating AMP projects for the last 3 or 4 years. And I think as an institute, that has become a very important piece, the experiential component. And we are a big believer in sort of having this experiential component across programs. And that has sort of become a very key piece of AMP now. And as Professor Padmini mentioned earlier on, some of these projects were extraordinary, right? They were really good. I mean, I don't know if they sort of went the full mile, because obviously there are other things, and the groups that were doing these projects, had other full-time jobs and so on. But there was tremendous potential. So that's very nice to see, and that's probably one of those things. I don't think the earlier editions of AMP had that. So this experiential component again is something that's sort of new. And pedagogically, I can speak for myself, I can speak for a lot of other colleagues. The experiential component is key, not just through projects, but even in many of our sessions, we try to bring in a lot of role plays, exercises, hands-on, all of that towards sort of applying what you learn, the theory, the concepts that you learn in a real world scenario. So that is, I think, something that we keep pushing the boundary on. For instance, again, in terms of topics also, entrepreneurship is sort of relatively new. I don't know if AMP 1, 2, etc. I don't think you would have learned, had sessions on entrepreneurship, right? But now we have several sessions on entrepreneurship, both de novo entrepreneurship as well as corporate entrepreneurship. And what we see that is a lot of groups are actually doing projects where they are picking up a venture idea and they are sort of running with it. So there is a nice sort of reinforcement of what is taught in the class with the kind of project that happens. So again, I want to also take this opportunity to say that IMB is the first institution to actually, even in our MBA program, introduce entrepreneurship as a core subject, right? Every MBA student does a course on entrepreneurship. It's part of our vision statement to nurture entrepreneurship. We also have the NSR cell. So I think that is another big piece that we have, again, sort of brought into AMP over the years. So with that, I would like to pass it on to.
Thank you. So let me just think back to when I took over as one of the PDs. So while I have taught in earlier batches as far as AMP is concerned, this is the third year in which I am a program director. And Professor Padmini has asked me to stay on for one more year. Usually we do 3-year stints. And as you all probably know, it's rather difficult to refuse whenever Padmini essentially makes a request. She can be rather compelling. So in terms of program directorship, one of the things which I still recollect is that I was a newbie at that time. And this was the time when we were going through the really difficult COVID times. And I think usually as a program director, the first 2 modules tend to be largely fixed because they are largely foundational. So as a newbie, the existing program directors at that time said that, why don't you start off with this? We will assist you in this particular process. But it so happened that because it was in the midst of COVID, we had challenges as far as participants are concerned. They were falling ill. There were faculty who were also falling ill. And obviously, none of this is through advance notice. So it happens the day before or the evening before. And the challenge basically was to how to then still run the program when you're having all of these particular challenges in the midst of it. So that was actually quite a managerial learning experience when you have to deal with a lot of the uncertainty. Usually it's easy for me in the classroom to talk about uncertainty with the help of a case, and you have the luxury with regard to debating it. But when you have to think about who has to step at 9 o'clock tomorrow in the morning, when you have a message the previous evening at 8 o'clock in the night, it sets a different dimension entirely. Many times, one had to step into the classroom just to be able to improvise for the purposes of essentially running through the program. So that was quite a learning experience. And I must say that a lot of the program directors cumulatively helped in that particular time, because we had to step into each other's roles and manage the particular process at that time. Uh, Several of my colleagues have mentioned about the projects. That's something which we have tried to push also for the experiential learning. And also as a strategy professor, one likes to have an integrated take with regard to a lot of things. And I guess the projects give you a possibility to be able to integrate a lot of the elements which you've gone through as far as the various sessions and the various subjects are concerned. So that's something which we have tried to pay significant attention to. Some of the projects have really been outstanding. It's not easy to impress some of the judges, as you probably AMP 18 would have experienced yesterday. But several of them come back saying that they have been thoroughly impressed by the efforts associated with what these particular projects have been able to do. So it's been remarkable and very, I should say, enriching to work through some of the projects, being mentors, and also at times, seeing how they have evolved over time. Lastly, I should also say that this is one of those particular programs, and I'm speaking here from a strategy professor standpoint. It's one of those programs in which, if you take a discipline like strategy, I don't think you get the richness and the level of sessions in terms of the various aspects as far as the subject like strategy is concerned, possibly in any other executive program, because we do a variety of sessions. And in fact, we probably have almost all the faculty who are in the particular area in some way or the other come to the classroom, including the director, Professor Rishikesh Krishnan, I think, who came and met you in the last module. So everything from the initial start with regard to formulation and some of the basics, all the way up to execution and elements related to technology strategy, sustainability strategy, corporate strategy, all of those particular elements. And I don't think we cover some of those in any of the other executive programs. So this is one of those programs in which I get the opportunity to showcase a large proportion of my faculty colleagues in the area which normally I would not be in a position to be able to do so. And also when I start off with the basic aspects as far as strategy is concerned, it gives me a platform to be able to showcase a lot of these things which would come in subsequently. We worked a lot on that particular design in order to be able to build that sequentially. And personally, as a instructor, while I tend to use some of the same cases in multiple programs, I'm always enriched with the discussions which come through. There's scarcely a time in an AMP classroom when I get something which I haven't yet heard from any other set of people. So it's remarkable in terms of the two-way learning process also. It's personally enriching. So all in all, I think I have a lot to thank for in terms of the opportunity, and I've seen how this has evolved also over time. So I'll take this forward based on what my other colleagues also have to say and the rest of the audience, but it's been a wonderful experience.
So good afternoon, and thanks for listening to us. I found the title of this topic is little interesting. It is thriving for last 18 years. So there is no point talking about evolution. It has to evolve. I mean, there is no point about it, or else it should not be there, right? And it's one of the flagship programs of IIM Bangalore. So IIM Bangalore feels proud about this program, and we as PDs also feel proud about this program. No questions asked, all right? And I have interacted with 3 batches, batch 16, anyone 16? Oh yes, 17 and 18. Yes, right. And I am probably playing this role of a PD for last 2 batches, 17 and 18. And this role of a PD is different from role of an instructor. You come, deliver, you know what is expected, you talk to the PD and you design. But being a PD, you have to do a lot of other things. I have spent a lot of time with Professor Gopal because Gopal, shifted his role, gave that baton to me. What has gone into this program? So that hand-holding, helping me to understand why they have put some topics. So that has happened, n number of discussions around that. Also, some incremental change keeps on happening. Everyone is saying a lot of topics has been added, but within these topics also a lot of changes has happened. For example, 360-degree feedback, the parameters we capture are also changing with time. So a lot of things. Also, for example, the faculty members who come, we don't just take any faculty who is available because we understand it's a top, end program, senior people. So we pick and choose faculties who we believe can deliver, and we go by their past teaching records, and that's what we follow. So the faculty members who come, they are also expected to come prepared to deliver. Um, so that's about the program. But going forward, probably we are looking for some more changes. A lot of changes has happened, but probably we want to leapfrog from this level to higher level. But probably this is one of the programs where it's unique in terms of adding value and adding value at very senior level where you can change the discourses, the policy at organization level. Probably we should be looking for your inputs to take this program little further. So thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ashok Tampi. I have taken on the role of PD just for the AMP 18, but I've taught several of the earlier program batches. One of the, in terms of evolution, uh, I wouldn't want to say more than what my colleagues have said, but in terms of the opportunity to be able to interact and teach in the AMP program, I really love it because the level of the interaction in the class, the inputs that you bring in, into the classroom, and the discussions that happen in the classroom is something that is really rich. And I also learn with a lot of the interactions and so on. So it's been a great experience to be able to just be in the class with the AMP batches and you know do the topics and so on. So the difference is that with the AMP program, one has to push in terms of a little bit more of, what does it mean in terms of decision making? What are the implications? A lot more than just doing the, I teach finance, corporate finance. I just don't just look at the numbers. What does it mean? Go a little bit beyond that and so on, and the implications of that. So, and there's a lot of, since all of you come with a lot of experience prior to the program, that brings a lot of richness in the discussion. And that's something that I really love about the AMP program and being able to teach in the program. So that's something very special about the AMP participants. Uh, in terms of the evolution, you know, with each batch, like the current AMP 18, we do take feedback on a regular basis and reflect on what has been told to us, and that is a iterative process and keeps happening. Sometimes small changes, big changes. Sometimes now there are a lot of technological disruptions that are happening, more so now than before, and that's one of the challenges that we have in terms of what else should we bring in to you know give you the benefit of and the perspectives that are necessary to be able to take decisions in a much more disruptive uh, world with a lot of these emerging technologies and so on. So those are some of the things that we keep bringing in, right? So in my experience, that's the kind of at one level it's small changes, but over time it becomes fairly large. That's my experience. And it will be great to also hear from some of you in terms of what your experience has been. And I'm sure this afternoon there will be a lot of discussions on the learnings from the program as you have gone out. So look forward to that as well.
Yeah, before we hand over, we can see the little eagerness to look for the other programs. We just thought we'll take, see, as Professor Sushant said, I'm sure the organizers will take on your feedback to leapfrog the program, I think starting from batch 1 till today. So that's the input for our future designs. But 2 or 3 quick questions, Abhishek. We have 5 minutes time or we'll close? 5 minutes? Madam, we have 5. So any quick questions, particularly, see, batch 16, 17, 18, they're fed up of us. So don't worry, recency effect. So old, yeah, earlier batches, any quick questions, suggestions, please?
Yeah, Vibhas here from AMP4. Only, I think the entire program, I think, I mean, need not to say that I think this is the best, one of the best program in the world. But I think one suggestion which I see, I think bringing, especially the students from, either from PGP batch or AMP batch or other batches, and who have already kind of experience from the industry and be experience, not only share their experience, maybe uh, conduct couple of case studies for the students that will help them a lot in a practical way. Although like we have been studying various case study in the AMP program, but maybe a practical what they have faced after going from AMP or PGP other batches and bring them practically and share with the students. I think it will be great help. It will be a very, very practical approach because that will also show how AMP also help them to, sail through those particular issues and challenges.
I think it's a good point to sort of circle back and see how you can bring it to the classroom.
My name is Ramki. I'm from AMP 8. Hi, my name is Ramki. I'm from AMP batch 8. So first of all, as Vibhas was sharing, obviously it was a great program. We enjoyed a lot. We got together as a unit because of the immersion programs and other things. But in terms of suggestions, one thing that I felt was, so as soon as I completed the program, or even before we completed, 3 of our batchmates got into a startup. Our project that we did in logistics, we won the best project award. And in December, before December, we had actually launched a startup in exactly the same space. So we did fairly well. There were certain issues related to GST, octroi. GST was not there at that time. So because of some other logistical issues, we had to close it after 3.5 years. But still, it was a fantastic learning experience. One of the things that, as one of the co-founders of the startup, what I felt was, while there were a lot of managerial finance that we had learned, what's coming in, what's going out, how to manage the finance, when people were asking how much equity you want to put, how much equity you want to, sweat equity you want to give to your employees, how you're going to structure your organization, I was like clueless. I was like, what is this completely different language? So I feel that maybe a couple of sessions around that, now that you're encouraging a lot of sessions on entrepreneurship, we did have sessions on entrepreneurship, but not so much around the structuring of the companies, what they should be looking forward to, and so on and so forth. That's my humble feedback.
I think that's a fair point. And like you said, we do have sessions on entrepreneurship, but we still may not be covering aspects like this. But what we do have today is that, you said AMP4, is it? 8, okay. NSR cell today is operating at a massive scale. And one of the things that we have done is connect these batches to NSR cell, meaning they know if they need to, if you need any kind of input with respect to growing a startup, you can even, there is an open offer. If you want to come back and incubate with NSR cell, then you can. So there is that channel that is open today, so that, if you're building your own startup and you need support in whatever shape or form, in your case, it may have to do with valuation and so on. In another case, it may have to do with something to do with taxation. It may have to do with something else. So you have that sort of one-stop shop with NSR cell that you can always reach out to. Yeah, thanks.
I'm Manohar from AMP8 again. See, we definitely learned quite a bit. in 10 years after the program, what I see now is earlier, from whatever background, academic background we come from, we did not see it in buckets, things happening on the management side. That template actually is in place for us broadly, and it actually helped. One thing that I could see with some of my colleagues, not necessarily from AMP, but similar age group, similar experience kind of thing, when people fail in their jobs or they lose a job, which is very, very high after 40, 45, they personally think it is a personal failure. And to come back is often very, very difficult. You know, in a way, I see myself very lucky. I see myself like a 23, 24-year-old now. Decisions to be made, there are lesser variables to think about now than that age. You know, I know what my finances are, what my insurances are, what my kids do, what my wife is, XYZ. So to have probably a session or more, you know, we had a couple of personal development sessions, and sir was telling about, how do you impact your organization? There's a lot more that we can do. We have 20 more years, 25 years more before we, mentally cool down, right? I think there is something that we should have. And I know there are definitely 10 plus people who lost jobs from AMP, and they cannot be written off. Probably there can be something about how to handle if in case some situation comes up there.
Maybe one of the things that to take up in the refresher course that Professor Rishi was alluding to in his opening address.
Yeah. So good afternoon, and thank you so much. My name is Suchint from AMP6. I think it's been a very useful intervention at the mid-career level, this program, and it probably gets you acquainted with a set of most diverse people that you probably have ever met since the time you left school. So I think to that extent, the learnings, including the immersion program, are extremely valuable. I think having graduated so many batches, maybe one question I would have of the PDs is, how do you expect us to, in a measurable way, give back to the institution? And maybe while this is a bit provocative, but any top of your mind suggestions on how we could individually and collectively uh, be agents of change for all the experience that we bring over the years, including after the program? Thank you.
Okay, I think Professor Padmini was about to respond here to move away. Let me tell 3 levels, and I think luckily some of my colleagues are also on the board. So first thing is giving is a two-way process. It's called pay forward, and Indian custom is one of the best cultures in the world on pay forward. There are no boundaries. It's up to you. That's at a philosophical level. A practical level, institute is growing. We are not like Harvard, Stanford, all that. Harish will tell you when he comes. Institute is as powerful as its alumni and students. So you decide how you want to give back. Endowment, chairs, all that. That is at a financial, commercial level. Personal level, I'm sure, I think I know at least most of my participants I have taught, they have a connect with me. They want to come, Gopal sir, I want to take, like Ajay Chawla who came and talked to you. Ajay is a friend for last 25 years. I invited, he came for a class. Without invitation, you tell this is my area of interest. And you know at least 15, 20 faculty of the institute of faculty who are the practice leaders. So that is one. You also know Professor Vardhani, who is my colleague here, is NSR chair. You want to mentor a startup, most welcome. Sir, giving has no limits. Please pardon me, and you don't need money, you don't need resources, you need your heart and will. And in addition, you have position, resource, influence. So sky is the limit, and this institute as a leapfrog stays. Luckily, we are continuously getting rated number 1 and 2 in the India and Asia Pacific, very well rated. So you'll tell this is my area of expertise, like finance. Our friend told some of you are very good in startup finance. Please offer to Professor Vardhani as in her capacity as NSR chair. Ma'am, we will help starting startup for AMP people. So multiple ways. I think luckily batch wise you have good cohort. Harish ji will help you coordinate with the alumni. So take alumni association help, take on roles there. Give where you want to give, when you want to give in what form you want to give. But idea of pay forward is very useful. Just to tell you, in the last session of managing people and performance, last thing we say is please pay back. You are lucky to be here, pay forward. President of India came here. Madam was here with Prasavardhini and her team. She said the entrepreneurs pay forward. She told the MBA students pay forward. It's a great idea. Please keep it up.
Hello, I am Krishna Surivanshi from AMP 15 batch. It is always good to come back to campus. Such a good feeling. That's one note. I have one maybe request. We did AMP during COVID time, and I must acknowledge the kind of knowledge sharing during that tough time online was fabulous. We got organized by the all the program directors. My request is, can we explore a possibility where every year with the current AMP batch, we all oldies come the previous batch for a day and catch up for the current topics. I know the content is being always upgraded for the curriculum. So if we get at least once in a year for a day to come and have a classroom session just for a catch up, and it can be chargeable. Thank you.
A great idea. I think let Professor Susan.
It's a great idea, and probably we are thinking in those lines. How can we provide continuous learning? Whenever you come back, and depending on your requirements, you pick those subjects. But this, we have not thought about it. Maybe we'll need to think that the AMP batch, when they are doing their coursework, all the senior people, I mean, all the past guys, they can come and attend some of the classes. So no answers for this question, but good input for us. So thank you.
Probably that's something that EEP office can take up. Okay, I'll have to cut you all short here. We want, oh, sure, please.
So my 5 friends are there. I'm from AMP1. So with all humility, I will say something about our international immersion program. Please don't take it. Otherwise, just think about it. What is the objective? That to give a global perspective on the subject. Now, we went to ESED with Professor Shainesh. And recently, I've heard that one batch has gone to Paris. And the feedback is always same, that I think I will say that our faculty is superior. With any hesitation, I'm saying this. And with lot of depth, I'm saying this. So please, my question is that why do we go for 1 week and spend lakhs of rupees in for some big name? What value do we add? I'm not saying just stop it, but I'm saying please research and select the faculty and the topic and everything which can complement us here. Not just a very plain thing because it didn't add any value for us. We discussed a lot. I'm very serious. Thank you. With all humility, please don't take it otherwise.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's a good input. I think it will be taken. I think this. Yeah. Sir, I think your input has been done batch after batch, but the current batch can tell how has been their experience. I know the HEC batch, what experience they had. I think it is changing, but I think we need to look at how more we can strengthen the. See, internal exchange, you like it or not, is also people compare with other batches. So they would, sir, everybody is not as evolved as you. Current generation mid-career people want exchange. Even our students want exchange just to get a different perspective. But how useful it is current? Anybody, any one of you want to respond?
Yeah. So I think with Reggie sir, I had shared that feedback, right, is with the quality of what we get from our professors, right? Much more grounded, much more catered to the ground realities per se, right? I told him, frankly, I felt is our set of professors are way ahead. So I absolutely concur with that feedback, what I saw there. And the other part was, at least to that Switzerland one, was I really felt is, and I told Jha ma'am as well, right, is it came out like a side up, like a personal workshop, right? It did not look like immersion because we were all over the place in the campus. in a container somewhere, wherever we could get the room. We were all over the place there, right? And of course, I understand few things are not under your control, but somehow you need to look at that piece of it, is that when those guys who are collaborating is, they know in advance in a year that that will come up, right? But if you don't even, if the professor is struggling to find the room, right? And all over the place where possibly the director of St. Gallen did not even come and visit us once, right? Is that I think needs to be looked upon. But it is sort of a mixed one. There was a very good session on China, I would say, right? But broadly, I think I concur with the point is you guys are way better than that side of it. Is that I agree. Yeah.
Maybe a few more points from my side. Prabhakar here from AMP 18. I would see a different eyes. I think we discussed even in the flight by way back. We had a multiple sessions, which is on theory, which is on workshop. We visited the innovation hubs. That is a new experience for us. And we visited 2 companies, I think Bueller and the other one, LT. And these experiences really add value to us. When we walk through these manufacturing plants and listen to them, how did they do it? Then back, so within a 5 days, this very comprehensive program, completely different for me, and it really adds value to us. This is what at least I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. I would have to, unfortunately, cut this candid feedback session short. We can have this later on. And thank you, faculty, for your inputs. But needless to say, we've taken all the feedback and we will ensure to work on that. May I now invite our alumni office, Mr. Utanka Sharma, to come and share the alumni updates. And after that, Mr. Harish Mittal will be sharing updates on IMBA. Over to you. Thank you.
So which one? This one? This one, right?
I don't know. I have given it to Abhishek. It's PDF files.
PDF file, no?
Yeah. None of this.
This one, right?
No. Where is
Sir. Sir, PDF file. It's an email. This one, right? Okay. This one, right?
yeah.
This one more. I think share.
Oh. Okay, thank you. This works, right? More. Okay, all right. Okay, color my yeah, this is fine.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I see some familiar faces. I see a lot of new faces as well. Those are new to me. My name is Utanka Sharma. I lead the alumni relations function at IIM Bangalore right now. First of all, before I say anything, I think we can have a round of applause for the organizing students and the EP office for putting this all together. So we all know that in a B school ecosystem, as much benefit that we derive out of the learnings during the program, there is even more to be derived by continuing to engage with the institute and also, more importantly, the alumni ecosystem uh, among your batchmates, among your program mates, as well as the wider alumni ecosystem, right? So I'm here to just introduce the whole thing to you. Many of you would know some of these things. And I'm also here to just give you some events on campus, some channels on campus, which provide you the hook to, come back to the institute and benefit mutually. So what is the IIM Bangalore alumni ecosystem? We have our alumni at the heart of it. We are right now inching towards 30,000 odd alumni among all programs during our 51st year of operation as an institute. And then we have the alumni office, which look after the alumni affairs from the institute side. And then we have the IMB Alumni Association, which we fondly call IMBA. Which its president, Mr. Harish Mittal, will talk about in a short while. This together constitutes the alumni ecosystem, the tango of which is supposed to deliver a lot of mutual two-way benefit to the institute as well as to the alumni. So if you look at it right now, this is the broad split. We are at 28,000 odd alumni, out of which you can see that now the EEP programs actually constitute the largest chunk of it, right? At close to 13,000, out of which about 800 odd are from the AMP program across 18 batches, as you said. So coming back to reasons about staying connected with campus, right? So Harish will cover the part about the alumni ecosystem, what you can do there. So I thought of putting together a series of events which will tempt you to come back to campus and some channels which have already been talked about. So starting with January, right? Every year on the eve of Republic Day, we have a classical performance night, a very unique piece where it is done from dusk to dawn, usually about 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. the next morning. And we have had many acclaimed artists, musicians, performers, Padma Vibhushan awardees come and perform. So those of you who are inclined towards this, I welcome you all to come spend a night with us at the OAT. Fabulous atmosphere. So that's in January. Come February, we have the Cultural Fest organized by the PGP students called Unmad. It's a long-running fest. It's widely recognized as one of the best B-school cultural fests of India. As you can see from the pictures, you have a lot of luminaries, a lot of entertainment going around. So please, yeah, be part of it as well. March usually is our convocation, and then there is a bit of lull because the students are usually not on campus, at least the degree program, full-time program students. Then you have something in July, which we call the Entrepreneurship Summit. Professor Shrivardhini and some of you talked about the need to provide more opportunities and exposure to the entrepreneurial thing over here. For you guys, Eximius is that event which you can take part in. As you can see, one of our alums who recently summited Mount Everest was here last year as an entrepreneur talking about his journey. It's a 2-day event. So those of you who are in Bangalore or in and around can definitely come and attend this. August, we have the Vista, which is the business festival. Again, 2-day event with a lot of topics being covered. We briefly discussed about staying updated, the need to stay updated with latest trends and all. So these could be some of the mini windows for you to, come and be part of it. September, we turn into sports. So we hold every September a 2-day event over a weekend. Kind of structured as an alumni versus student sports competition. So we usually host about 10, 15 odd different disciplines, be it carom to chess to cricket, You can be part of it. Those of you who are physically, health-wise inclined or planning to be there, please come in. We have a lot of alums. This year we had about, I think, 250 alumni participating, including some 50, 60 from outside of Bangalore who came, stayed on campus for the weekend and participated. Every October on Gandhi Jayanti, we do a campus run. Some of you would have been part of it as well. So that's another thing that you can look forward to on 2nd of October. And then there is more. While I spoke about the different events which we conduct, then there are other methods to be in touch as well. We bombard your mailbox with a monthly newsletter covering different alumni activities in the institute. You go through it, you would more or less stay connected with the happenings of the institute. So do look it up. It has a lot of rich content. And then there are on-campus events themselves. Alumni organize things like the IMB Orators Club. Every Saturday morning, they meet over a breakfast. It's a Toastmaster International format thing. A lot of regular participation, large participation we get. So you can kind of ping me if you want to take part in that. Then, of course, we spoke about some of the other channels, so I'll not go into details, but yes, upskilling through our IMBX, the MOOCs platform. We have more than 70 courses, mini modules, which you can use, particularly people from the older batches to stay updated with the latest in the academia. And then, of course, access to the library as well. NSRCell, Professor Srivardhini and others spoke about, and that's an excellent way for you to stay in touch if you're into the entrepreneurial journey in any of the ways, right? You want to mentor, you can come in. You want to get your startup mentored, you can come in, and so on and so forth. Then, of course, we also have placements through which we offer every year the corporate world 600 plus 75. So 600 plus students for summer internships as well as final placements. Right now, the summer internship has been over. The finals are coming in. So for your organization, if you want to, and if you have not done it already, you could explore some of these talent. Either get them for a 2-month internship, see what the talent can do for you, or hire full-time as well, depending on your needs. And the student spread is also right from freshers to right about 8, 10 odd years of experience. Then we have recently also started some other activities which try to put the spotlight on our alumni, recognize them in a way. We are, of course, covering a lot of people through interviews in the monthly magazine. We are just about to start a podcast series as well with achievers or prominent alumni in their field. We also conduct different webinars on topics by alumni for the alumni. So in case any one of you are an expert in a particular area which you feel that has a wider implication or benefit, if you want to kind of disseminate that knowledge, feel free to reach out to us, to me, and I would be happy to facilitate that as well. And then, of course, we have different institute awards to, recognize our accomplishments of our alumni, as well as their service to the institute, as well as the alumni ecosystem. And many more, but then I will not take more time. What we would do is I'd like to invite Mr. Harish Mittal to fill in us on the other equally critically important piece of the jigsaw, which is the alumni to alumni network and the alumni ecosystem. So Harish, over to you.
Pretty hard time afternoon, just after lunch. Then we have to listen to speeches. Would you like a coffee? How many of you would like coffee? Here is one coming your way. Deepika will tell you more about it. This is an invitation for a coffee to our IMB Alumni Club. There's a thing called IMB Alumni Club. It's a marvelous place inside Taj West End. Hush, hush, it's only to alumni. It's open only to alumni. Of course, Like I said, Deepika will tell you more about it, but what's coming your way is a cup of coffee there. Not right now, of course. So I'm here to walk you through what IMBA or IMB Alumni Association is. If you read your own Prayaan's card, if you can put that once, the Prayaan's banner. Yeah, the original banner of the event, which was, no, the event. It had Institute on one side and IMBA on the other side, the two logos. So while you were in the Institute last 10 months under the program, those days are over, now you're in IMBA for the rest of your life. You are an alum, you're part of the ecosystem called IMB Alumni Association. I am your president. I am Harish Mittal, PGP 1988. But rest assured, the rest of IMBA is a lot younger. Okay? So we have a very well-structured organization. It's perhaps one of the best structured alumni association in the country. It's democratic. It's governed as a trust initiated by the institute with patronage of the institute, yet completely democratically run by alumni, ground upwards. So I'll walk you through the structure right now. This is the world of IMBA. So we have the institute, and like I said, there's a trust. The trust is a structure where the director is the patron, the dean alumni office is the ex officio trustee, which is Professor Saurabh Mukherjee at the moment, and the other 4 alums who are the trustees are elected by the chapters. So this is the current trust, Professor Rishikesh, Professor Saurabh Mukherjee, you know the 2, I'm the one in the middle. The other 3 are 3 vice presidents. They are currently Delhi, Mumbai, and London based. So global elected organizations, they come from programs which are PGP, YLP. So this is just to tell you that there is no bar on the programs. We are association of all programs which have the alumni status, including AMP. Your own guru was the vice president a few years ago. So this is how it is. We have 13 chapters across 4 continents at the moment. 25,000 members. Every alum that Utanka cited is our member. We have 9 Indian chapters, 4 overseas chapters. Out of these 13, 6 chapters were inaugurated in 23-24. So you see IMBA's maturity. By the way, IMBA technically is only 15 years old. It's not even though institute is 50-year-old, the IMBA as an organization was restructured in 2009 and again restructured in 2018. So in a sense, 6 years of the new infancy. Now we are about to start 3 more chapters in the next few weeks. These are in North America. So we are covering the world. Current chapters include Nordic, Continental Europe, UK and Emirates, and 9 in India. The 9 in India are all metros, Coimbatore, Kochi, Pune. That makes it 9. Move on. These are our chapter directors at different cities. These become the points of contact. So I will not read out the names or anything at the moment, but you know where to find them. We will tell you. These are the international chapter directors. Events. Utanka read out a long list of events that alumni office organizes or the institute organizes. Institute and the alumni office, like it describes, is their role is to be the bridge between alumni and the institute. So where alumni and the institute can help each other, can add value to each other. Alumni association role is the value that we can add to each other. So our role is to organize things which will interest us, which will benefit us. So it's by us, for us. We have a grand event called Imbue. This is the only thought leadership conclave held by a management association in India. The rest are held commercially by newspapers, by magazines, which are money-making events. This is the only true thought leadership conclave where no speakers are paid. It's all, and it's only for alumni. So we have had 4 instances, 2015, 16, 18, and 19. In the last one, we had about 1,000 participants. alums from all over the world. And we had speakers, some of whom you can figure out in the image. We have had stalwarts from every walk of life. The next IMBU is coming up in 2025. There was a gap of 5 years because of COVID. And something like this, when it goes to sleep, it takes a lot of effort to wake it up. And considering that we are all pro bono, voluntary members who are running the organization, we have a day job. Some of us have an evening job too. So 2025 is happening on August 2nd and 3rd, by the way. Just go back. August 2nd and 3rd. Mark these dates. You will get a lot more communication on this later, but you know it now. Sorry? Location, all right, sorry. It's in Taj West End, Taj Airport. So that's been the location last 3 instances. It'll continue to be there this year too. Bangalore, Taj Bangalore as they call it, the airport hotel. Anusmaran, now this is a annual event which has been happening in the institute, in the IMB ecosystem for years, predating even IMBA. This is a get-together of alumni at every chapter, which means every city, around the same time of the year. So it's around March, April. We will tell the dates, and the chapters will organize the get-togethers in every chapter. So please be associated with your chapter. You will meet the Bangalore chapter folks right now, but even if you are from outside Bangalore, there are guys, please stay connected and join us. We have special interest groups besides chapters. We have 2 of them, which is BFSI and Mobility, who conducted summits earlier this year. In fact, the BFI summit was this morning in this same hall. This is community service activities by IMBA. Baby steps, but what we have done is we did a vaccination drive in COVID, which benefited about 25,000 people with vaccines. We raised about 25 lakhs. We did a Wayanad relief drive, which was recently in the landslide manner. So our Kochi chapter, or rather Kerala chapter, took the lead on this, and they raised money, organized relief material, and so forth. Now, we come to alumni privileges. So to talk about alumni privileges, I'd like to invite my fellow alumni, Deepika. And just to tell you that, okay, you see me, okay, 88, he's been an alum 35 years ago. It doesn't take that long to get engaged with alumni. I have been engaged for 10, 12 years, but then here I have with you, we have with us Deepika, who is only 3-month-old alum. She finished her program, IDCP, earlier this year, and she joined Alumni Association's activities, and she's so engrossed that she is here as part of this program, which we incidentally called Embark. You are embarking on the journey of IMBA. So welcome to it. Deepika, over to you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. And it is indeed a privilege for myself to be here. As Harish mentioned, I completed the Independent Directors Program very recently, just about 3.5 months ago. I think while sitting here, when you look at the alumni base, when you look at the entire community out of your program, it almost seems like an ocean. And you feel like you're just a drop in the ocean. But I can stand here and testify that you are actually an entire ocean in a drop, because the alumni community is also what you make out of it. How do you leverage the privilege of being an alumni of this coveted institution? So I'm going to take you through a couple of privileges that you would have from here on as you embark into the IMB Alumni Association. Next slide, please. So here are a couple of privileges to start with, and this is beyond academics, right? So we're kind of taking care of the fun part of it. First is about the group health insurance policy. Harish, would you like to elaborate a little about it?
Sure. So this is the first of its kind group health insurance policy for an alumni association that we crafted with Digit. We of course negotiated with several insurance companies. Fortunately, quite a few of our alums are heading those, so it helps. And we finally came up with something with Digit, which is governed by another agency called Zopper, which is also alumni-led. And I can assure you that's possibly one of the best crafted policy with 1 year waiting period for PDs. You can cover your parents-in-laws, so on and so forth. It's a great policy. Whenever you get an opportunity to explore this, it's got 2 windows of joining, March and October. So you'll get communication, and I feel it's a great way to join, but leave it to your judgment on that. Yeah, you also have co-branded cards with diners, and I presume these will be more attractive to the younger students and possibly not to AMP folks here. We also have HSBC has signed up the premier banking package with us, so they offer the same thing that they offer the premier banking people, but obviously with some relaxed thresholds. This is a big one. So this is, like I was saying, the IMB Alumni Club in Taj West End. So this is one of our first kind of events inspired by the Harvard clubs and the Cornell clubs, which are there in Ivy League colleges. We built this club, which is in a space of about 15,000 square feet inside Taj West End. The space is leased by us, built by us. Taj services it. So you're going to get Taj food, Taj drinks, in a very, very serene and private atmosphere, and at club prices, which are something like half the Taj regular prices. Obviously, it's a membership-only club. Again, Deepika will tell you more about the membership, but possibly this is the right time when you should see a little bit of a video about the club. This is the place. Use the music that is called. It's a great place to host a business lunch or dinner. It's a great place to host a board meeting. Incidentally, Tata Sons requested us and had their board meeting in our club in Taj West End.
In fact, yes, indeed, it's a privilege to have access to a beautiful, serene environment like this. Earlier on, for me as an entrepreneur, a lot of my meetings were towards CBD, and we would, kind of look at places where we could have a serene environment for serious discussions. I've moved all of my meetings onto the club, where we have a nice cup of coffee in a serene environment where uninterruptedly you can have your discussions going on. So that's about the club in terms of the look and feel of it. What happens at the club is something magical. So when we talk about, academics and knowledge, that's within campus. And further on, we extend it to, and IMB is famous for that, is the network, is the connect, is the human side of all of us coming together as a community to curate events together, to have our social lives together, to get to know each other better. And I think I personally have been leveraging that privilege so beautifully that this has become a part of my day-to-day, life. And the club has several opportunities for you to engage, right from open houses where we invite you to visit the club. Harish spoke about the coffee part of it. Each one of you in your goodie bags would get a voucher for a coffee for two. That's going to be on us while you enjoy the serene environment. And we have a fabulous New Year's event coming up, currently for members as well as non-members. But I think the membership also has a lot more privileges along with it, which we encourage you to leverage, being a part of the alumni base. Next slide, please. So that's how your membership card would look like. That's how your privilege card would look like. This, you can sign up for membership anytime, but to avail a very attractive discount on the membership fee, we give you a window of 90 days.
So the membership is 3.75 lakhs plus GST at the moment, which will of course keep rising. I'm a salesman, so I have to tell you. And at the same time, for those who graduated today, batch of 2018, can we see you? Sorry, batch of 18. Batch 18.
18th batch.
AMP 18. The right way to say is AMP 18. Where are you guys? All right. So you have an offer that if you sign within the next 90 days of today, you get a 15% off. So while your enthusiasm for the institute is high, come sign it up. Okay?
And
so 15% is almost 65,000 plus taxes.
One bigger privilege is that that's for two individuals, you and your spouse. Your spouse enjoys equal benefits of the club. So, and gets a separate card to themselves as well. So it's not about one person's membership. It is about the membership of a family, alumni family to the club.
Earlier batches have 3.75 offer, which will go up to 5 if you wait.
So here we were talking about community connects and networking and, just coming together as a community. It is also about seeking mentorship, understanding how we could up our game, level up in our personal and professional spheres. All of that happens as a part of the IMBA community. Next slide.
So we have WhatsApp groups and we have an app. So the app is a fairly comprehensive place to find alums, find your fellow colleagues, talk to them, get engaged with them, know about what IMBA is doing. And of course, what has not informed there yet is we have a newsletter, which we just started last month. And you will get it every month in a WhatsApp drop or an email drop and quick uptake on what's happening in our ecosystem.
So each of you, I would personally encourage you all to download the app and become a part of the community. The scan code is here, but Lokesh, myself, Harish, we're always there to guide you, help you out.
IMB alumni app or IMBA app, if you type in your app search, Play Store, you'll find it. So we also have some important things coming up, projects like Club, like Imbue. These are what we have achieved, which we are really proud of in the last 10 years as mega projects which stand us apart from any other alumni association or for that matter, any other group of individuals coming together and trying to do new things. So while we have done those two things, now we are looking ahead and looking at establishing an entrepreneur support system, which would include mentoring, financing, blah, blah, and a career development support system to address two parts of our community, the professionals and the entrepreneurs. So this is what we are looking at crafting. Your support in doing this will be most welcome. Please get engaged with IMBA and give us your inputs because you are seasoned, experienced professionals and entrepreneurs, I hope.
So to leverage your privilege, the 3 call to actions here would be first to download the app. That's how you gain access right away. You become a part of the community. Second is, of course, through that, you will also kind of, you will get access to WhatsApp groups that you could be a part of. And there are so many WhatsApp groups. You can select which one resonates with you, your sphere of professional work, and even social for that matter. And then, of course, the IMB club membership. It's a very, very attractive, currently priced very, very attractively, because I don't think there is any other membership in that CBD area that you get for the kind of value that it gives back to you.
This is this club that we spoke about and you saw in West End is only a pilot project, by the way. Our objective, our dream is to build a full-fledged club of our own, which will have all kinds of indoor sports facilities, um, entertainment facilities, multiple residential rooms and everything. So works. That's the dream. So please, this is what is on the cards. With this, I would like to introduce you to some of the people in IMBA. Now, IMBA, like I told you, is a voluntary organization. We are all alums. We have our day jobs, and we continue to give activity to IMBA too. Lokesh here is our only professional, who is the one-man army of IMBA. And along with me, I have our Bangalore chapter office bearer, Subodh here. He is welcome, Subodh. He heads the Bangalore chapter. The director's position of chapter director is him. And we have Jyoti too. She is the deputy director of Bangalore chapter. And I'll leave it to Subodh to talk about what Bangalore chapter is doing, because there are a lot of, most of our activities also happen at the chapter level. And I'm doing so because I presume a lot of you are Bangalore based.
Thanks so much, Harish, and welcome all of you again. Good afternoon. Okay, good to see, Sunday, second half afternoon, so many people coming and sitting over here. So as Harish has mentioned, thanks to Harish's leadership, a lot of kind of things are going on. And at the Bangalore chapter level, we are trying to kind of, fill in whatever Harish is suggesting or with his vision. I want to mention one point, right? I was alum like you guys, participating into the first IMBU, which happened in 2015 when Shah Rukh Khan had come. That was the first time we got to know that IMBA is, something is there in IMBA, okay. That was a big event in Leela. And I remember after that, when I met Harish mentioned in 2016, right, that we want to have a club in one of the kind of hotels, and we want to have our own corner, wherein we should have exclusive access, and we should be able to have our alums coming, meeting, networking, and enjoying over there. 2016, fast forward to 2023, here we have the club, right? And thanks to the kind of, the vision and the persuasion like Harish and Naveen and others had to kind of make it happen. And that's what that shows the, the commitment of the leadership, and we are just following Harish.
It shows the potential of the community.
Absolutely.
That's what it is. Ultimately, it's the community which makes us so powerful. I mean, I always say this, that when we alums, when we IMB alums come together, we work together. When we work together, we create magic. And that's what I've been seeing happening again and again.
Absolutely. Coming back to the IMBA Bangalore chapter, we are the biggest chapter. We have 10,000 plus alums, and we started some of the kind of specific events like special interest groups, what Harish has mentioned. We have the mobility special interest group, and it's not only the kind of one-day summit, but throughout the year there are meetups, half-day kind of events, and also this time, for the first time in a mobility summit, we had a CXO roundtable also, right? And today, Jyoti headed an event which was the BFSI SIG, BFSI Conclave, and with Jyoti's initiative and a couple of more like Alex and others, they took up the BFSI as a sector, and they created the special interest group in that. And today's event, if you guys got delayed, now, because of, okay. So apart from that, as by the way, we got a target from Harish when Harish was talking the earlier event that we need to take the SIGs from 2 to 9, sorry, because Harvard is also having 9 such special interest groups. Okay,
8.
So we
have
want
to
to
have
exceed
9.
kind of, great, fantastic. And so we got a target from the chief, so we'll follow that and we'll make it happen. So some of the SIGs which are on the cards as we go along is, of course, the e-commerce, what we keep on talking about, deep tech SIG, perhaps could be healthcare, could be kind of, other kind of, certain industry sectors, manufacturing, IoT, etc., right? So we'll keep you communicated about it. And apart from that, as Harish has mentioned, certain IMBA global level programs, we are also planning to create a CXO forum, right? Now, we have been doing a lot of events for the alums, for the sectors, generic events and all that. But we being the management institute, we have so many leaders which has been produced by our institute and who are part of the IMBA now. So idea is to, why not to create a kind of, around 250 CXO forum, 250 people, 250 leaders from different walks of life, being part of that. And then we can continue to have the roundtable, we can have a CEO conclave, we can have a senior leadership mentor programs which are coming out of it, we can have a talk series, etc., etc. So that's a kind of, something which is on the top of the list, creating the IMBA CXO forum. And of course, looking forward to you guys participating not only in the IMBA CXO forum, but the different SIGs what we have. Anusmaran is going to come in the month of March or April very soon, and other lot of kind of activities, what we do at the Bangalore chapter level. Jyoti, over to you for adding few points.
You've covered it all, both of you. But thank you so much. The only thing that I can urge is all your people, if your presence, your thought leadership, when um, being a part of the SIGs or the CXO forums, it is only going to make things far more reasonable, richer, and engaging. We kept hearing the panel saying that, evolving is not just from one batch to another. This is also like outside the room. Then we are trying to continue our conversations, that it'll make it much richer and we will evolve as person and as community. So look forward to interacting with you all very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So while these guys are very serious, they'll see you in all the conclaves. I'll see you at a cup of coffee sometime in the club. Or if you're so inclined, at the party on 28th, we have the New Year's party coming up. We've got Revivers Band and DJ Rolly fixed up. So you want to party, come there. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish and team, for all the inputs. Considering we are running a little late on our schedule, we would be taking a break now. But before we head for that, couple of announcements. We are having a group picture by the steps, which is besides this facility. You can meet Mr. Jayant from AMP1 outside. He'll take you there. Another thing, he's urging you all to join the AMP alumni group on LinkedIn. The third thing is from our end, there are some stickers. Some of you are already wearing them. There are a few stickers with your names on the registration counter. We urge you to use them and it will be helpful while networking. So we'll take a break and then we'll indulge in panel discussions after that. Yeah, so we'll be back here in another 20 minutes. So 4:20, we should be back here by 4:40. First the picture. Please assemble for the picture first before you take the break.
Backside. We have to go towards this side. If all of us can look at me on this side. Hello. Yes. Okay. If you guys have settled in, pick up your phone, call your friends so that they can come and settle down as well. I'm the guy who's actually going to say, yeah, mobiles can be switched on. We are, I'm told that we are running behind by almost hour and a half. So you may have to rush to a couple of things. Shall I start or what? Okay. Good evening, everyone. I was told that few of you were feeling a little cold because the AC was quite chill, right? And then they said, okay, we'll kind of lower it down or increase the temperature. But then I said, possibly there's also one more way to warm yourself up is to also give your self a big round of applause so that at least it becomes a little more warmer atmosphere game. Can be louder, yeah. Can be louder. We're pretty young. And to the AMP batch one, I think the first of which is AMP batch one. For them, a big round of applause. Lovely. And to the last batch, which is AMP 18. Maybe you guys can give them. Okay. We've heard professors, we've heard the alums. And I think there's so much to take away from not only this program, but from this campus and from all our experiences. But I'm also told that in today's leadership, which demands staying ahead of curve. So in this session, we're going to call a couple of our alumni, which is AMP alumni, who's going to talk about what is that we should be knowing and be updated in a way. And in that session, we will have three stellar speakers with us. The first one, Mr. Tharun Kumar, who's from AMP Batch 1. He'll be sharing his insights on regenerative sustainability and biomimicry. That's an interesting topic. A few words for Mr. Tarun Kumar, who's a founder and CEO of EcoSTP Technologies. He's a passionate entrepreneur and sustainability advocate who's specialized in innovative, eco-friendly technologies. As a founder and CEO of EcoSTP Technologies, he leads the development of sustainable solutions that focus on water and waste management, particularly through regenerative practices and biomimicry. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Tharun Kumar, who's a AMP Batch 1. You've taken something from the sustainability. I mean, we believe that there's a lot of AMP sitting with you. We also have another speaker, Mr. Dr. Shiv Ramakrishnan R. Guruvayur, who will be talking on responsible AI, the context and need. Dr. Shiv Ramakrishnan is an expert in artificial intelligence and machine learning with a focus on developing responsible AI solutions. He is currently the Chief AI Scientist and Chief Product Officer at Aquarian.ai, where he leads the creation of AI-driven products designed with ethical considerations at their core. Please give a big round for Dr. Shiv Ramakrishnan. And the third speaker, Mr. Calvin John. By the way, Dr. Shiv Ramakrishnan is from AMP Batch 2. The third speaker Mr. Calvin John, who's from AMP batch 14, will be talking on frameworks to hacks, approaches to building brands across industries. Mr. Calvin John, who's a consumer marketing leader, VP marketing at Glance. He's a seasoned marketing leader with extensive experience in consumer marketing, particularly in digital marketing, brand development, and customer engagement strategies. He is currently the VP of marketing at Glance, a leading mobile advertising and content platform. Mr. Calvin John. So, Mr. Tarun, maybe we'll start with you, and then we proceed for the rest of the session.
Tell me how to move the. Which one was the next presentation? Maybe you can give it now. Already sent me. I sent to Abhishek. Which one? Abhishek. This always happens. This one. It should be open.
It is also a good omen.
Ah.
Yeah.
Right.
You start with the first slide.
I was telling people that without PPT, I can't operate. Because this is operate, what happens? Operate. Detect. Right, so let's open up. In WhatsApp. Right.
He has sent that actually.
He sent us.
I think it has not reached here.
It's a PDF.
Like present.
Yep, yeah, we can change. That's okay. You have. Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Got it.
Then we'll get started.
So yeah, there's a swap. Dr. Shivramakrishnan is going to talk.
Who's going to operate the PPT? I message to that or I take help from his. Okay.
Here, Mike.
Need a mic?
Use this.
Okay. I'm not going to talk what is AI and where we are heading towards AI and technology and stuff like that. I'm sure all of you are aware of what's happening in AI and industry and technology and stuff like that. I'm going to talk or touch upon my PhD is at the intersection between. Thank you. At transformer models and graph databases before it became famous. I would have known this before that, okay, I probably would have hit a jackpot. So what we are going to do, I'm also like, my Aquarius.ai is in the mandated to build responsible AI and AI governance and AI audit platforms. We are based out of Dubai, and our development initiatives are happening in Bangalore. I also wear a couple of other hats. I also research lead with IIT Madras. one of the well-known labs within IIT Madras called CRI, Center for Responsible AI Research. It's a multidisciplinary research where I lead three of the main research team on AI governance and LLM models and multimodal agents and stuff like that. I'm also a UN representative for Middle East for what we call GPEG, Global Partnership for AI. I represent Middle East as a region, so I contribute towards AI safety and responsible AI. Now, why this topic is important now, in the interest of time, I'm going to go through, bear with me, I have some dry cough. These are timelines of what AI we are looking at, the journey of AI, like first AI winter happened, second AI inter happened. Now suddenly the elephant has arrived, Gen AI. While the industry was grappling with what are the governance mechanism we should put in place, what are the guardrails should be put, I'm sorry. Guardrails should be put in place and stuff like that. Here comes a big elephant. People have no clue about what is there in store for them, how we are going to handle them. It's jumping slides. Okay. Go back. Go back. Okay. I'm not here to go through again. AI is affecting every life, from healthcare to EdTech to the way we deliver courses, we deliver lessons. From banking, BFSI morning, we had a BFSI workout. So every sphere of life, AI is coming, and the benefits are well beyond what you and me can comprehend. Like every day, there's a new possibility of the benefits which are coming. But with that, it also comes with the AI risks no one ever thought about what we are looking at, what we are staring at. In fact, some of the examples what we can look at before we get into that. Now, as I said, the elephant has arrived, excitement due to unfamiliarity with the technology, because everybody wants to be AI enabled, from Panwala to the governments to, if you don't say that you have AI as a use case, you're not there in the business, right? So it's no more that I need to adopt AI. Now it's a question of industry has moved to how I'm going to gain business advantages using AI. So adoption phase is over. So if you look at even some of the advanced countries where US, UAE, and UAE is one country where we have the AI minister as a portfolio, right? Very educated guy. Now we are looking at how you move to the next value chain in the AI life cycle, right? Who are the actors in the entire AI life cycle? Now, industry started thinking the lines of, this is no more a black art or a magic when we said that, no, don't ask me questions. It's a deep learning model. We don't know what's going inside this. Now, people started looking at it as a software engineering discipline or a technology engineering discipline. Like any other previous models, we need to put guardrails in place. There are regulatory requirements which have come in. And more importantly, why it is so important now? The technology, about 5 years back or 4 years back, if you say AI, you are looked at as a magician or a geek or whatever, right? Now my 7-year-old, 8-year-old daughter can operate ChatGPT and get inputs, right? Nothing stops us from asking how to construct a nuclear bomb in my garage. ChatGPT will give you an answer if you change the prompt, right? So whatever guardrails you put in place, it's still going to give the answer. There are already discussions about how AI can change the outcome of elections. Last year, as a democracy, we have seen 12 biggest democracies win for elections, right? And we have seen governments putting in place mechanisms to make sure that AI as a technology is not used to manipulate the results. Whether they've been successful, there's a lot to debate. So now comes the era of LLMs. Gemini, Gemma, ChatGPT, you name. There are about 32 commercially available industry models, foundation models are available for you to play around and build applications. How many of them open? There's an interesting slide, interesting data on how many of these models are open. There are only 6 models which are open. When you say open, how much is explainable what happens within these models and what kind of access users have in place, only read access, or is there an audit access, is there an explainability? Some of the, I don't want to name them, some of the well-known models in the chart are closed models. I can talk about open ChatGPT because they openly admitted it's a closed model, we are not going to open, right? I'm not going to go through the entire slide. The risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scales such as pandemics and nuclear war. People are comparing this pandemics and nuclear war. Here is another glimpse. This lady, an ex-employee of Google. I'm sorry. He says that when he's already discriminating against Americans, there's no point in using the system. This is open admission by an ex-Google director. There are a lot of gender-determined discrimination cases reported in all possible fields. Sorry. I'm not going to run through all these videos. If I can see, like I can run one. It's very interesting. Putin's.
Владимир Владимирович, здравствуйте. Я студент и учусь в Санкт-Петербургском государственном университете. Хочу спросить, правда ли, что у вас много двойников? И еще, как вы относитесь к тем опасностям, которые несет в нашу жизнь искусственный интеллект и нейросети? Спасибо.
Гражданин из Санкт-Петербурга не представился.
Да. Вот я смотрю, вы можете быть на меня похожи и говорите моим голосом. Но я подумал и решил, что похожим на себя и говорить моим голосом должен только один человек. И этим человеком буду я.
I don't want to play the other videos because there are plenty interesting things about the ex-president Obama talking about the Trump, which he would not even, in his own admission, he would not even imagine saying all those words, at least in public, right? This is a very interesting case. The two where AI was used in social justice system in US, where they are given 2 photographs and say there's who can be eligible for a bail. The system gave a clearance to Urban Prater, who's an habitual offender, whereas Bishop Borden is a juvenile, who committed some petty theft, and she was not given bail. Later, this guy who came out, Weston Prater, came out of the bail, and he did 3 murders, right? So what is the rationale behind the decision? There's nothing but the color. There are plenty of cases in the court of Florida where a guy has been given death sentences, and they carried out the death sentence and they realized that that guy is innocent. Now, whom you will blame? There are plenty of cases. We attended a mock court last month in Geneva where If you are driving a driverless car, and the driverless car commits an accident and kills someone, whom you will sue? The owner, the driver, or the manufacturer? When you say manufacturer, car manufacturer, or the software provider, whom you will sue? Right? Open access. Where you put the responsibility into? Like if you're looking at a healthcare system, like if a foundation model is used by a developer to develop a system and somebody dies out of wrong diagnostic, whom you will sue? Right? These are some of the examples I had given, like Pope was dressed as this, it's a fake. See, these are some of the societal impact where this guy was this teenager was driven to commit suicide based on his interaction with the chatbot. This is even worse. Somebody has said that the chatbot encouraged him to kill his queen. There's a lot of debate going on, from Elon Musk to Sam Altman himself saying that his fear is that the technology will go wrong. If it goes wrong, it can go very wrong. Now, all this are fine. I would compare this with fire. When fire was invented some centuries ago, right? So everybody, I'm sure mankind would have gone through the same thing, like it's a dangerous technology or a dangerous material to deal with. Humankind could use the technology or could use fire for potential good use. And of course, there were some other accidents happened and all the stuff. But we never stopped from using fire as a technology. We changed our civilization. So it's more important than ever to be responsible, and more important to ever be responsible, quote unquote, when it comes to this technology. Some aspects of responsible AI. It's a one semester course at IIT Madras. I'm not going to get into detail of giving examples, and plus, unfortunately, my throat is also not cooperating today. Fairness, bias, explainability, transparency, and all these guys, all these are listed items are issues when it comes to responsible AI aspects. So let's look at bias itself. I'll just take one example as a bias. Within bias itself, there are plenty of like racial bias, ethical bias, gender bias, and blah, 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 blah. Stanchart paid last year in US $7 million as a fine to a black lady. A black lady applied for, a colored woman applied for a credit card. The credit card algorithm rejected promptly her card application. She went to New York court and applied, said that hey, these guys have been, I've been racially discriminated. Stanchart said no, it's an algorithm, AI algorithm which took the decision, and there's a. So the matter went to the US court, and they looked at the entire requirements document definition, which is produced by Stanchart, and they realized that there is no such logic was built into the entire thing. And Stanchart said no, one of the Indian companies, I don't want to, they are the one who developed this. So they were called, and they said, no, look, we have signed off those requirements, and there's a UAT happened, and this is what we delivered. We haven't built any bias into this. But experts from MIT and everywhere they were called to understand what has happened. Keep in mind, your AI algorithm is capable of learning things on its own. Though the training set and the test set of data which was produced for the algorithm or a model to work on never had any problem. But the data ingestion layer introduced on an ongoing basis an interesting pattern. A colored woman from Bronx who is single normally defaults the payment, so reject. Now, is it a bank's problem or model agency's problem? No. But unfortunately, the regulatory requirements are coming now. It says you cannot wash your responsibility like that. Now you have to be responsible. And as someone who is deploying the model at your end, you are legally responsible. So good news is, whatever problems in a brief discussion we saw, means safety, security, bias, and fairness, and privacy, and accountability, and social impact, everything, they still exist, but there are regulatory requirements which are coming in place to regulate these aspects. We'll come back to that. Impact. It's all prevailing technology. Jobs are at stake. There's a security issue. There's a trust issue. That a lot of things. There are a lot of data privacy issues also come in coupled with this. Like what's your data and how you deal with it for your privacy element and stuff like that. The environment is also like it's an environmental threat also. Like LLMs could emit the equivalent of CO2 of 5 billion US class country pipes in a year. That's a. Now we are talking about responsible processing or green area processing and stuff, green data centers and stuff like that, right? Now, what's responsible AI? It's an area of governance developing AI from both ethical and legal point of view. I'm not getting into the details of, what is ethical point of view and what is legal point of view, but I want to touch upon one important thing. How complex is this topic? What is ethical for you is not ethical for me, right? So from a model developer who is building a system, if he says that I want to develop an ethical platform, let's take the case of our example. I come from BFSI, I'm ex-Oracle and Citigroup, and that's one of the reasons we said that when we are developing this platform, we said our anchor platform is going to be banking, then we'll move to other platforms. So we built a retail banking platform facing responsible AI system, and we go to Singapore and we give a demo. The demo was a very great success, and okay, fine. We have some benchmarking, sandbox is going to happen now immediately, and we have the same system, the same bank, it's an MNC, we go to Dubai. We had given the same presentation there, we were thrown out of the room. Why? What is considered ethical there, it is not considered ethical here. Simple case, retail banking, Sharia rules are there in place, we never thought of Sharia rules, right? So, and this is within banking. If you look at it from healthcare or retail or smart cities, things are completely different. What you consider ethical from an AI perspective is completely different perspective, right? So, but important keyword here is accountability. And who's accountable when you roll out the system in your organization? So AI safety is one thing which is coming into picture now, because I'm not too sure whether you heard of all the countries in June, they signed a memorandum in UK to set up AI Safety Institute in their countries as a law, mandated by UN. So UK was the first one to set up a AI Safety Institute, and followed by Singapore and European Union. Now India is setting up, under part of the India AI mission driven by MIT, India is setting up AI Safety Institute. Now let's look at briefly about what are the governance mechanisms are there in place, what kind of regulatory frameworks are in place, and what they are mandating. I'm not getting into give a detailed flavor of different, regulatory requirements are available. I'll just take EU as an example. EU, great, because they are the first one to come with a law, which is passed by Parliament about 2 months back. Human agency and oversight, technical robustness and safety, privacy and data management, it's there already, GDPR and all these things are already there. Transparency, diversity and social and environmental well-being, and finally, accountability. But what they have also done is, they also said that, no, you don't have to do all this for all the AI systems in place. You declare yourself whether you are a high-risk AI system or a medium AI system or a low level media system. Only if you are there in the part of AI high level risk, you need to put these things in place. And the fines are very heavy. They're talking about 20 million USD in the first year as a fine alone, or 3% of your GDP global revenue. Right? Now, similarly, NIST is again from a US perspective, they have come with their own guideline on how to implement what kind of risk management framework. European Union is one extreme, which is completely compliance driven, regulatory driven and law driven, whereas NIST is voluntary driven. India is somewhere sitting in between, just to give you brief picture of where India is on this actually. So ChatGPT is here to say, and these are some of the challenges. I am not in great interest of time. I am already getting pointers that you need to every aspect life will be touched. So you have to be very, very careful about this. And it's a multidisciplinary approach. I am talking to an audience where people come from different backgrounds. This is not a technology problem alone. We'll come back, we'll see that, because your technology is involved, your laws is involved, your societal groups are involved. So this is what we talked about. Like, there are at top level, you have this high risk system. I'm going to spend 1 minute on that. If you look at it, facial recognition, social screening, and subliminal obscure manipulation, all these are considered as top high risk items. I don't know whether you noticed, facial recognition is considered as high risk item. Why? It is used for social profiling, which is banned in most of the countries. In fact, now all the banks or all the organizations which are using facial recognition as a initial KYC platform to do, now they are looking at some other mechanism to do that. These are some of the high risk items the European Union talks about, where before rolling out, you have to tell the European Union that this is a high risk AI system I'm rolling out, and these are the guardrails I'm putting in place. If you look at it, forget about the organization which I represent. I just want to show this slide to make you understand it is actually cross-discipline. You have academia, you have industry, you have policy, you have law, you have government, and you have users. Like if you look at it, academia, the entire research is coming from the academia on a constant basis. Industry is contributing. In fact, most of the tier 1 organizations now have a very high budget, which is everybody, like from Google to Meta to everybody, that it's an industry-driven play. Policy plays a big role, like be it European Union or Indian government. MeitY plays a very important role here in Indian context. So policy is, a lot of legal firms are now becoming, it's a separate discipline now. AI policy and AI law, tech law, digital law is becoming emerging as a separate field now. Government organizations, like we have surprisingly well-educated, well-informed government officers who are running this program, I should say, for MeitY or anybody for the matter. And of course, users, like a lot of user organizations are coming now, playing a very great role there. So I think I'm done. I'm sorry I had to rush through this in the interest of time, and my voice is also not cooperating, but.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
That was, I know, quick, but it's quite a topic of lot of depth. Those who wants still some more details can, of course, reach out to Dr. Shivaramakrishnan. One more round for Dr. Shivaramakrishnan. May I invite Mr. Tarun Kumar now for his session on the regenerative sustainability and biomimicry.
Sorry.
Of course, needless to say, it should be a brief session.
No. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. Sorry.
You don't know? How do you? How do you move here? Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. Right. Thanks. I'm Dr. Shivaramakrishnan from AI. We moved to something different, nature. Right. So we're talking about sustainability and regenerative sustainability. Right. So one ahead. Right. So the topic we are talking about is what is sustainability moving to? Sustainability is kind of getting dead now globally. People are moving to regenerative. So I'll touch a bit on what is that regenerative concept, early stages. And then there's a concept called biomimicry. Biomimicry is mimicking nature. So how do you mimic nature? And that's a regenerative topic. So we'll talk about that, few examples. Yeah, and some learning links for quickly 10 minutes. By the way, can you recognize what is this? This particular, yeah? Frog? Leg of a frog, any other? Chameleon, yeah, closed gecko, right? So the lizard, right? So the way this guy walks up is, guess how he's walking up? If you're a lizard, vacuum, no, vacuum is good, right? But not in any other way. How does it walk up? Because that's floating. No, because look at the use case. It has to climb up on a wet wall, right? It has to climb up on a rough wall, right? It has to come on a hot surface, cold surface, right? So if you're not used to and running water, so there has to be some other mechanism. It has to be recycled. It has to be regenerative. I can't use it once and I can use it and throw. It's a small furs. It's a small fillet we call, right? It's a small hair which does the magic, right? So it works in the in a wet surface, cold surface, vacuum, roughness, smooth surface, glass, all works, right? Now, but the one, so that's how it climbs up. I was so happy because AI, I hope we don't crack this because the people will be walking all over the place, right? So certain things are not to be cracked. Let it be like this, that God invented it, but you don't know when people will crack this because it's a question of time, right? So regenerative sustainability, as I said, is moving from classic sustainability to regenerative sustainability. All the companies are globally moving to it. Sustainability people say are dead because I cannot given. Without sustainability, you can't survive. But Indians are by design regenerative. We always recycle everything. Plastics recycled some 10 times. Everything recycled by design. We recycle back. So we a long time back we passed that game sustainability. But regenerative is where the real fun starts, wherein everything gets renewed, right? And it's happening. And some of them, like Dr. Shivaramakrishnan spoke about ChatGPT. So when you do a one ChatGPT search, apparently you spend half a liter of water somewhere. That's the kind of impact. So how do you manage that? So they're buying now hectares and hectares of land in Amazon forest to compensate for it. So they want to be regenerative, not sustainable, right? So that's a lot of money now is spent on how to be regenerative, not just sustainable. So they just want to give that perspective. And sustainability is not just good on environment, is much beyond. Right? This is a nice slide on how society, economy, Mother Earth, culture, everything gets renewed. And it's not it sounds like a nice vision, but it's actually happening in many places. Many places actually happening. There are evidences of how is spirituality getting improved, renewed, how culture is getting removed. Mother Earth is the easiest one to fix. The other ones are much more difficult one, but this is happening, and a lot of work is going on this in the front, and this is really happening. So just want to, I don't want to go detail to it, but just want to give a glimpse of it. Now, moving on to biomimicry. Biomimicry is how do you mimic nature? How do you mimic what works? This is my guru Janine. She started this Biomimicry Institute, a non-profit based out of US. So 3.8 billion years of research, nature has done it, and that's how we are in where we are today. And it's a practice of how do you mimic, how do you copy the nature. Like I said, gecko you can't copy, but a lot of things can be copied. So talk about biomimicry, and that is regenerated by nature. Nature always renews things. So that's what we should. So when you say regeneration, definitely all the corporations are going there. but the way is going back to nature. Old examples, bullet train. Bullet train was making a lot of noise when it go through a tunnel, and when it get out of the tunnel, it makes noise. So simple fix. They just copy the kingfisher's beak. That's it. Most of the nature's invention, by the way, is all shape. That's it. There's no electronics, no AI, just shape. Just shape. That's it. I would say around 80% of the innovations in nature are shape based, right? So just Velcro is another old example. The person went to 1940s. George took out the dog for a walk, and her burrs on the jeans, and he found it is Velcro. He patented it. It's a patent. Yeah, that's an old story. Now moving on to some interesting stories, which our Biomimicry Institute was personally involved in this particular story. Any swimmers here? Any swimmers? Can I recognize this fellow? Is this swimmer? Great swimmer. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So he won 8 golds in Beijing. 8 golds. One human being. Right. 100, 200, 300, 400 breaststroke. Everything he won. Right. Now he always wins gold. But a couple of things here. One is before starting, he said, "I am going to win 8 golds." Right? He made a public announcement, so that mentally geared up everything. That really helped him. Also, the competition got worried because he says, "I'm going to win 8 golds." Now, and he was wearing a shark skin suit. That was a magic. The shark skin suit, the way it works is, that's what the lizard climbing up. We know that lizards going up. The sharks, when they go through water, it's not gliding, it's not swimming. Glide, they use a small dentricles, small pins on a body. The pins is what helps them move, right? It's a small, imagine a body full of pins, and that's what helps them move in the water. And they get a slight edge over the other water. And slight edge is enough in Olympics. Olympics, we talk about 200 milliseconds, not even a second. So if you can get a 200 millisecond edge, you will get gold because he's a great swimmer, right? All right. But the question is, how do you copy this? So Speedo company thought, okay, Speedo is a great, it's a swimwear global brand on let's try to copy it. So how do you copy this? You can't copy sharks. So what it is, they use that's where the industrial technology comes, ceramic technology. Ceramic technology is really improved. So they use ceramics to copy. So this is a body full of, shark is normal suit with the ceramic thing added, the small sharpness, dentricles, and that's it. You can use it only once, but who cares? If you won the gold, you can just throw it away. And so it was done, and he won 8 golds. One man, I just banned immediately, right? But the question is the power of, if you can mimic. The catch is mimicking. What my company does is we mimic a cow stomach. A cow stomach, we copy. A bacteria in a cow stomach, we copy to treat wastewater. I'll come to it, yeah? But just one example. Now, I'm not going to full details. Bats, you can read through it. Bats are a great example of how sophisticated nature is. Sophisticated. Right? I'm using AI because I just finished the AI session. It's much beyond AI. The bats, when they communicate, they use multiple ways. They use high pitch, low pitch, high dB, low dB, multiple frequency modulations, all these things, because apparently walking through a blind in a tunnel is okay. If you're trained, you can walk in but the catching a prey is difficult. How do you find a pizza in a tunnel, right? So that needs sophisticated techniques to do this. And one of the things they do is to send a high pitch sound, and the reflection, and you get the thing back, echo back, and echo will hurt you. So they have a muscles which comes out, voice goes out and comes back, and the muscle close, the 3 muscles. Is that sophisticated, right? So imagine and all the modern avionics and all will come from bats. It's all copied from the bats. So the question is why they have to do all this. Anyway, I'll share the deck with you so you can go through it. Why they have to go through all this thing? Just because the prey is also smart. The prey is also is a beetle. They're trying to. They're also evolving. So they're also not sitting duck. They're also evolving. And this is going for, I guess, how long? 50 million years. 50 million years of constant evolution. So that's why when we can learn, somebody has done 50 million years, right? Humans are here only for 200,000 years. So they have this. Now, this has been used apparently a lot in this Israel war. The new vehicles come with this particular fur element so that the echoes won't get absorbed. You won't get the reflection back, or you get slide this. So you can have all this. So it may be used for a not a great purpose, but tech is happening. Another example is I'll share the link. It's a great example of a BBC. BBC done a study on 25 animals where they copied. So this is a wasp wherein a wasp goes in, pricks, puts an egg, and comes out. You won't even know this happened, right? Now the new syringes that's coming up, are going to have this technique wherein it's a small prick with a 3-pin, and 1 pin will go down and put the medicine and come out, right? Without even knowing the stuff. Learning from nature. Like I said, from the Speedo or the wall, Gecko is not easy to copy. So they're almost there. I guess next month they're going to launch this commercially. So we can have a prick without feeling the pain. Possible because nature is invented. Coming to equals to P, cows. It's a study done by BBC. BBC team came down and did a study. They did all the animation, right? So a cow stomach works on anaerobic digestion. It's got 4 chambers, which can even digest everything, even digest cellulose. Some of the Indian cows even digest plastic because they have a anaerobic bacteria and the way it works. So we copied that. We mimicked this to a large extent. We're not able to copy 100%, but we copied this. So this is how the looks like. There are 4 stages. I'm not going into the details, but bad water, the stage 1 water becomes white water, clean water without using power or chemicals. And without no moving parts, it works. In fact, we have 300 plus customers all over India and Maldives and Bangladesh. We treated over 4 billion liters of sewage to good water without using power or chemicals, using this biomimicry principle. Not going too much on this, but this is one example of regeneration. This is an HSR layout, an apartment. Water goes down, the kids' playground, below that is an STP. Water is recycled back over 1,000 times. So a net positive over 1,000 times. This is where I've said regenerative comes in. I'm not treating the waste, I'm actually reusing the bag and naturally treat it. So that's why we call regenerative sustainability. This is a great example of how do you move from sustainability. You have an STP which will treat, IMP also got STP, that needs a lot of power and chemicals to treat. That's okay. But when you talk about regeneration, you look at nature-based STPs which can recycle the water back. Now, if you want to start a startup on biomimicry, you want to your own company, you want to do biomimicry, there are certain rules, there are framework. It's all online. I'll send the link. There are 10 specific rules. How do you do this? Because it's a fuzzy science. So the Biomimicry Institute has come with a standard set of rules wherein you can actually go through step by step some rules how to do it, like what chemicals to use or not to use, etc. These are the few learning links. The third one is very interesting, the World Economic Forum. There they explain how many companies are moving from standard vanilla sustainability to regenerative. One example they given is Decathlon. Decathlon, how they're moving. So a couple of stores in Decathlon are now completely regenerative. They make it in such a way that a lot of greenery involved. And actually and they measure how much is regenerative from one store, Decathlon store. But Decathlon India is our customer. We're just deploying one in Whitefield because they want to be regenerative. So business is moving to regeneration, not just sustainability. And this particular World Forum speaks about regenerability, and not just from that climate perspective. It's also, like I said, spirituality and other things. That article speaks about how old age people in Japan are working on regeneration and how vitality and how that connects with the regenerative. The links, the learning links. That's the world's largest repository is what we call a Google of biomimicry is asknature.org. Asknature.org. You go there, click on it. There are a lot of collection, a lot of data is there. You can just pick up. Suppose you want to create your own biomimicry, like suppose you want to create a room without air conditioner. I don't want to spend on AC. I want to use something else. I want to see what nature gives. You go there, there'll be somebody done something. A lot of work is done on termites. How termites work. Termites mound inside is very cool. So there are a lot of information on it. So this, anybody knows what is Hibanachi? I don't know, logistic guys, how they sequence the seeds is a thing. A cow is all equals to be cow is also mentioned here. Yeah, and that's it. I'll share this deck so that.
Thank you, sir. That was quick and very, very informative. Thank you very much. We will get to the Q&A after we finish Mr. Calvin John. Yeah. Mr. Calvin John. One more round for sir.
Thank you.
And for him as well.
All right.
You take the battery.
Yeah, that's all.
Uh, Very good evening, everyone. Um, Quick disclaimer before I start. I've just gotten back from the mountains, so I may be a little rusty and disoriented. I was actually trekking in Uttarakhand at 12,500. I just got back last night, so just please bear with me. So I'll be, I think some of our alumni spoke about things which are natural, things which are artificial. And I'll touch upon things which are a little more functional and emotional. I'll speak about brands and how you could be building them across various industries. What I'm not able to do this. Yeah, otherwise.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So I think what gives me the right to speak on this topic is I've been a consumer marketing leader for over now 23 years. I've worked across multiple brands. The list is below. And some of the things that I'll share today would be predominantly things which I've personally led and have been involved in. So yeah, start with a quick question. Who do you think is a marketer in this this image? Any? Sorry? Always Adam? Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no right or wrong answer. I think many assumptions can be made here, and everyone in that image could be a marketer. So quickly touching upon what we'll go through today, we'll cover what it means to build a brand in 2024. Also how, if you're a market leading brand, how do you kind of do a balancing act between retaining core users and consumers and also attracting new ones. We'll also touch upon how, a brand could transition from being a pure play retail brand to an e-tail brand or maybe an online brand. Also transforming from being a D2C to an omni-channel kind of brand. And again, if you are a startup and you do not have enough budgets, etc., and you're struggling, then what are the kind of hacks that you could probably explore. So through this, I'll probably cover a couple of frameworks that I've been using and have been helpful to me, and some hacks that depending on the opportunities that arise, how do you kind of leverage them to the benefit of your brand and businesses. Starting with this one. So this is not a brand, right? But this is, and I'm sure a lot of us already know this. It's a culmination of every interaction, every experience, and every perception or every initiative that marketing in an organization would typically take. Somehow, as leaders, we've kind of started to kind of believe that brand building is predominantly about a big, TVC, a large full-page ad, impactful outdoor, digital roadblocks, logo redesigns, and stuff like that. But in fact, it's about really building the brand in everything that everyone in the organization, all stakeholders in the organization end up doing. So I think we need to really see ourselves as more choreographers and not guardians. I think the traditional businesses, typically where brands were, were large and very strong, would behave in a manner where you had to be a custodian for the brand. But I believe we need to be choreographers. Couple of examples. I'm sure you guys have probably come across this incident that happened a couple of years back with Zomato, and this one with Indigo Airlines that went viral. Uber, and this one may be a lesser known one, but this happened in HSBC Taiwan, right? Now, are these kind of unrelated? Actually, no, because there is this powerful shift that's happening in what it means to be a brand. And it's an opportunity and a challenge. At the same time, it's something that no marketer, founder, or maybe CEO could kind of ignore. Brands used to always operate like black boxes. Historically, like if I take 5-10 years back, brands, it's hard to really comprehend what's really going on in the inside. And but obviously, it's always positioned for a certain appeal to the external world. And obviously, consumers either like it or dislike it based on what functional, emotional benefits are being provided by the brand. Yeah, so obviously, it has to be more inside out and not outside in. I think we are entering an era of transparent and translucent brands where, the outsiders have a really clear view of everything that surrounds the brand, not just the product, but its people, its processes, and what they value or not. I think the reason for this powerful shift that we are witnessing is primarily the radical transparency, that's coming in because of everyone being connected and stuff like that. So in effect, your culture is your brand. Everything that you do when you're celebrating, employees or consumers, or your policies with respect to eco footprint, or the way you innovate or disrupt or appreciate, right? And all this is what kind of effectively is building a brand. Yes, it could be an asset and a liability, right? I mean, some of these examples that we see, Zomato getting a lot of praise for a certain kind of policy, Ola forcing folks to, work 6 days a week, Chail, Glance, a bunch of examples here. But the truth is that it's not constant, it evolves. And hence, what your brand would stand for also will kind of keep on evolving. Another thing that's happening is over the last 4-5 years, I think consumers have gone through a lot of stuff, right? Pandemic, civil unrest, climate changes, a lot of stuff. And I think they expect more from brands that they support. And some of the brands have made and accommodated some of those requests, but we are seeing some amount of brand activism or consumer activism, however you want to call it. I'll pause here and probably just talk a little bit about some of the frameworks that I've used on the brands, and I'll share some case studies that I've been kind of involved in. The Simon Sinek is my favorite, one of the favorites, because it helps me kind of get to a certain level of clarity. So this is the golden circle where we kind of talk about three aspects: the why, the how, and the what. Right? I've tried doing this for the brand that I currently work on, Glance, and we are a smart lock screen platform. And this is how we kind of defined it, at Glance, in terms of how our reason to exist. The belief is that the internet and the mobile doesn't need to be overwhelming, and that can be inspiring. And then we've designed a product which kind of delivers that in a certain manner, right? Another framework that I think you'll come across this in a lot of consulting firms kind of use this. This has been very helpful for kind of figuring out growth paths for brands and businesses, whichever industry you are in, right? Typically, you'll have users and non-users, and within users, they're split into non-core, core, and solus, typically depending on their usage. And then you have users of competitors and non-users of the category. So how do you really use your marketing strategy, et cetera, to kind of bring folks into becoming users? Another one, which is again, this is a popular one, which Unilever tends to use. It's called the brand key. It has eight elements, which is the competitive environment in which a brand exists. When you win, who loses? Who is the person, and what's the situation in which your brand becomes the best choice? The insight, again, what is the most obvious thing that you probably are overlooking? Benefits, be it functional or emotional, whatever, depending on what category you're kind of selling. Again, values and personality, and the proof point for kind of substantiating our positioning. The single most compelling part being the differentiator of your brand, and the genetic code of your brand being the essence. So these are things, again, these are just frameworks, and obviously a lot of this needs to be researched and kind of plugged in for any brand or business for it to kind of come together and be meaningful for the organization and stuff. I'm just sharing this because these are some things that kind of I've been using and have been pretty helpful. I'll start with the first one. This is one of the Alcobev brands, and here the challenge is that it's a market leader. It has 60% market share, and it is been around for 30, 40 years. And it's been growing at 2-3%. I mean, it's kind of stagnant growth, and that's the challenge. And the problem statement is, how do you retain core while kind of, you know, maintain market leadership, drive growth by being picked up by younger, more, I'll say, more Gen Z kind of consumers, right? So again, just using some of the frameworks that I just showcased, I think for Solus and core consumers, you really need to go back to them and, you know, tell them that this is a great brand and give them more reasons. So now that can be done through communication, right? Whether it's campaigns, etc. We made changes in the tone, etc. Style of communication. We also kind of made a perceptible change in the blend, etc. of the whiskey, etc. that we were putting out. We used to use a lot of terminology called smooth. This is a smooth whiskey and stuff like that. We started pronouncing the reason to believe when we kind of started going to market through a lot of retail activation, so that people could actually make sense that this is actually smoother than the other whiskeys available. Again, there was innovative packaging, enhancing safety and security, and obviously a lot of education for certain markets which were really must-win markets for us. This was stuff that was done for non-core users and non-users, right? Again, building differentiation and relevance through events. Again, this was events across multiple IPs like cricket, music, and movies. Also launching flanking brands like diet whiskeys and you know, lime and ginger flavored whiskeys. Yeah, I think so. That was on the market leader. I'm just rushing, guys, because I know there's a paucity of time, but happy to have a chat post this in case you know, anyone's keen. This was a brand called Tanish. Is a brand called Tanish. One of the large, most admired jewelry retail brands in India. You know, going through a recession. This is that phase. We were still making a loss, but optimistic about retail growth in India. Key problem is, how do you kind of, you know, get young men and women to kind of consider the brand. And a couple of things that we ended up doing on the digital front, because, you know, it was a recession. So digital was in those days really considered a cheap channel, or a relatively less budget intensive kind of channel. So we had a kind of the images are not popping up, but yeah, sorry. So we started doing a contest online, and just to see, you know, whether people would participate, because we were not sure of the power of the brand online. And to our surprise, we had like 200 odd women who actually uploaded their pictures from various parts of the country, right from Patna to Indore and very small towns. And that gave us a lot of confidence. It validated their trust in the brand. And however, we were not, when we looked at revenue and stuff, we couldn't kind of attribute what we did actually was contributing to revenue of the brand. So we said, okay, let's kind of launch a collection which is purely for online. And we launched Tanishq 1, which was one of the first, I'll say, online only collection, right? Here also there were challenges with attribution, because we were not able to kind of get to attribution. And then we decided, let's just go in for e-commerce and get, you know, the entire business, create a new channel. So we launched tanish.co.in and predominantly with very basic features like search, shop, compare, invest, free shipping users, etc. And I think the year one The revenue impact we had was around 20 odd crores. So this was for a brand which believed that, retail has got a long way to go in 2010. And we kind of were able to kind of get this going, and this was really welcome. Another, what do you call it, initiative that we took, this was in partnership with Carrot Lane as a vendor to us. We actually started selling high-value solitaires online in our stores. Challenge with solitaires is it's a very high-value inventory. So if it has to be kept in a store, you need a lot of capital to be deployed. This system actually helped us to kind of put a virtual culmination of inventory from across the world inside our stores, where a consumer could come and choose for a stone which may be sitting in Israel or Hong Kong or the US, etc. Right? Again, there were some challenges because our retail stores were only used to taking out trays and keeping on the desk. And so a lot of, I'll say, training had to be done on how to use a laptop to sell or how to use a iPad to sell in those days. And yeah, I think with bit of communication, etc., we were able to kind of get to a good impact of 73 odd crores in 2012. Now this is much, much bigger. But yeah, a couple of other ones. Again, this is another brand that I happen to work on, Carrot Lane. Founded in 2008, India's online jewelry retailer, predominantly solitaires and diamonds. Key problem, again, how do you kind of guide inexperienced young men and women to kind of really with the proposal situation, because we were talking about solitaires, and solitaires, at least historically in the US, is used only for milestone kind of activities. How do you kind of drive brand growth in multiples? So a couple of things here, obviously, from an awareness point of view, bunch of campaigns that were done to kind of really, because it was a new brand, it wasn't very well known, to kind of bring in awareness, and a couple of tactical collection launches which would bring in people to kind of consume the product and the brand in our online stores. We also launched retail experience centers because jewelry is a trust-based kind of purchase. So unless I see you physically, I don't know if I can trust you. So we put up some of these customer experience centers across, I was involved in the first 13, right, across them. Again, we kind of reimagined the retail experience. It wasn't like a typical experience where you are treated like a thief. Everything is very guarded. These products were kept in the open because they were created, they were mocks, they were not really built with gold. So people could actually come and pick them up on their own and actually try it out. So that kind of helped them trust us because we were ready to trust them. We also introduced some new rituals to this. So if you see typically jewelry, it's mostly lighting of the lamp and kind of traditional in nature. And while we are not against traditions, we thought that we are more modern. So why don't we, since it's a new beginning, and how diamonds begin, they begin with, breaking rock and then, breaking coal and then getting diamonds out. So we kind of started with getting a consumer who would come and break a prefabricated piece of coal, and then there would be diamonds coming out of it. So that ritual still continues. We also launched Try at Home. This was the age-old way of selling jewelry, where we sent our folks in a very professional manner to your house, where you could actually, make choices and make purchases, etc. And yeah, there was this virtual try-on app where you could actually try on jewelry on yourself and then make purchases. The last one, the current one. So Glance is a smart lock screen platform. We basically have close to around 235 million active users currently. I think here the problem was that while we had physical distribution and we didn't have mental kind of availability, so we're trying to kind of bring in that piece. A lot of experiments that we did. We were one of the first brands to use deepfake in 2001 in India, before Cadbury's did it with Shah Rukh and team. Yeah, so the impact was around 3x that we saw in awareness stuff. The last one, my favorite one, is Reposo. This was an amazing hack. There was a situation where we had TikTok in India with 200 million odd downloads, and we were far distant number 2 with 50 million downloads. And there was a Black Swan event that happened during 2020, May 18, where there was some incident. There was a video that went live on TikTok, which kind of made the news, and National Commission for Women got active, and there was a lot of uproar against TikTok, and we decided to ride that to our advantage. And I think that was the hack. We leveraged a lot of social media, a lot of PR, a lot of memes, a lot of influencer marketing, etc., to kind of get the narrative out that Repose is a better alternative and stuff. And yeah, connected to a larger cause of it, of the nation. And yeah, obviously here it meant we had to really move fast and think in hours, not days. And we managed to kind of lap up around another 50 million odd downloads in just 3 months. So we touched 100 million downloads. So yeah, so I think I'm just rushing through some of this, but happy to discuss any of these aspects. So I think there is a way in which brands could be built using frameworks, and then there are options where you can actually, because the world we live in is quite dynamic, so hacks that you could kind of leverage. Yeah. So that's it with me. I'm good here. Thanks for your time. Happy to connect in case.
Thank you, Calvin. That was very interesting, and I can relate because I work for a brand that he's worked for. So I would request Mr. Tarun Kumar, Dr. Shiv Ramakrishnan, Calvin, please join us here. Gentlemen, we may have to skip the Q&A session because we are running behind. Those who have any questions can actually network with these gentlemen during dinner time or even later. And even their details are already available with us. For you, all three of you, there's a small token of appreciation. May I request Professor Thampi to please join us here to give away those token. We can be as modest as thank you. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, Professor. So I know there's going to be a little break in between, and why so? Rightly so, because I'm sure when you normally go to any mall or do some shopping and you try a lot of perfumes and fragrances, right? After a point in time, it normally becomes that you can't recognize the perfume. And then they give you what? Coffee beans, absolutely. So there's a coffee bean for all of you here, which is basically a session on music, a small snippet of music. Enjoy that moment. And after that, we'll have another session, which is going to be a panel discussion. It's the same group who's actually performed the morning. Who's also AMPN? AMP2. By the way, yeah, I'm also an AMPN. Those who don't know, my name is Rahul Pandey. I'm from AMP 17 batch. तो मेरे लिए भी थोड़ी सी बजा दो ताली. नहीं मतलब मुझे I should not feel the FOMO. Yes. Thank you. Those people who are stepping out for fresh air can also come back. Okay, while they're settling down, We have Mr. Pranav Satish, who's a well-known keyboard artist, who's come back to us again. We have Arundhati with us. And Mr. Madhu from AMP2. Big round for all three of them.
कुछ भी मुश्किल नहीं है कुछ भी अगर ठान लीजिए मुश्किल नहीं है कुछ भी ठान दिल चीज क्या है आप जानती भी है बस एक बार बस एक बार बस एक बार मेरा काम मानती भी है दिल चीज क्या है आप मेरी जानती भी है जानती भी है जानती है थैंक यू ये गाना बेसिकली कनाडा का एक फोक सॉन्ग है तो ये गाने वाली हूँ मैं ಬಂದೆವು ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಣಕ್ಕ ಬಂದೆವು ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಣಕ್ಕ ನಂಗ ಸುಖ ಓ ಗಣಪ ನೀನ ನಂಗ ಸುಖ ಬಂದೆವು ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಣಕ್ಕ ನೀಡ ನಂಗ ಸುಖ ಗಿರಿಯ 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 ಬಂದೆವು ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಣಕ ಬಂದೆವು ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಣಕ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಗಣಪ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಬಂದೆವು ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಣಕ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಓ ಗಣಪ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಗೀಯ 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 ಮುಕ್ಕಣ್ಣ ದೇವರ ಮಗನೇ ಗೀಗಿ ಮುಕ್ಕಣ್ಣ ಶರಣರ ಬಂಟನೆ ಗೀಗಿ ಮುಕ್ಕಣ್ಣ ದೇವರ ಮಗನೇ ಗೀಗಿ ಮುಕ್ಕಣ್ಣ ಶರಣರ ಬಂಟನೆ ಗೀಗಿ ಬೆನೆವನ ನೆನೆದರೆ ಘನಮಾನವಾದಿತು ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಓ ಗಣಪ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಗೀಯ 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 ಗೀಯ
ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬಂದೆ ಹುಗೀಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಹಾಡೆ ಹುಗೀಗಿ ಬಂದೆ ಹುಗೀಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಹಾಡೆ ಹುಗೀಗಿ ಬಂದ ಕಷ್ಟ ಮಾಯವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಲಪ್ಪ ದೂರವಾಗಿ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಗಣಪ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಕಿಯ ಕಿಯ ಗಾದಿಯ ಕಿಯ 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 ಗಾದಿಯ ಕಿಯ ಬಂದೆವು ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಣಗ ಬಂದೆವು ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಣಗ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಗಣಪ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಬಂದೆವು ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಣಗ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಗಣಪ ನೀಡ ನಮ್ಗ ಸುಖ ಕಿಯ ಕಿಯ ಗಾದಿಯ ಕಿಯ ಕಿಯ ಗಾದಿಯ ಕಿಯ ಕಿಯ ಗಾದಿಯ ಕಿಯ 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 ಗಾದಿಯ
Platform, no? Like, you keep it in front of the sound will come. So we keep it there.
Keyboard ಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ.
That's why if you keep it there, laptop.
बोले रे हरा बोले पपी हरा बोले रे पपी सावन जो संदेशा लाए मेरी आँख से मोती पाए तार मिले बाबुल के घर से तार मिले बाबुल के घर से नित मन प्यासा नित मन तरसे बोले रे पपी हरा बोले रे पपी हरा पपी हरा बोले रे पपी बोले रे पपी हरा पपी हरा बोले रे पपी Thank you.
जोरदार तालियां इन जबरदस्त जुगलबंदी के लिए और बहुत खूबसूरत गायन के लिए। बहुत 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 शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much, all of you, for listening to us. It's really nice that both the accomplished musicians came to IMB today on my request. I have a small token of appreciation for him, for Arundhati ma'am, who is such an accomplished singer. Thank you so much. Thank you. And for Pranav, who's also an accomplished professional musician. Thank you both so much. Thank you.
Big round to all three of them. They truly created a magic here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So as we move, may I request Guru, sir, to please come on the stage and give away a small token to Madhu, sir.
One of you, sir,
can't thank me.
It's a good. I mean, I would love to say you, sir. That's about it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Guru, sir. Okay, as we move into a next session, and I was actually going through the logo of IMB, which actually says, no, Tejasvi Navadhita Mastu, which actually means let our study be enlightening. Like the Jugalbandi that we've seen here, possibly we'll see another Jugalbandi from the AMPNs here. And this is going to be a panel discussion among few of the AMPNs, and the discussion is going to be moderated around life experiences through AMP, the mavericks you met in your journey. And to begin this panel discussion, I would invite Mr. Debashish Chatterjee, who's a founder of Confiscore, who's also from AMP Batch 1. He's a seasoned entrepreneur with a strong focus on financial technology and analytics. We have our second panelist. Please give him a big welcome and a round of applause. Mr. Guru Prasad M, who's a founder and managing partner at Guru and Jana Chartered Accountants. He's also from AMP Batch 3. He is a founding managing partner at Guru and Jana Chartered Accountants. He's an expert in finance, tax consultancy, and corporate advisory. We have our third panelist, Mr. MKHH Jilani, who is a convener and head of business forum at BRICS Alliance Business Forum, who's also from AMP Batch 3. I'm told he's a dynamic leader with vast experience in global business relations and economic cooperations. We have our fourth panelist, Mr. Vibhas Kumar Chaudhary, who is from AMP Batch 4. He's a country head and executive director at Camuse Technologies. He's a strategic leader in the industrial sector, overseeing operations for Camuse Technologies in India. The last but very important, Lieutenant Colonel S.M. Kannan, PMO compliance lead at OpenText. He's from AMP Batch 8. He's also taking the AMP with him. Lieutenant Colonel Kannan brings a wealth of experience in both military leadership and corporate governance. I would request Mr. Debashish and Guru to moderate this session and help us know your journey throughout the AMP and even beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm welcome.
Before we start, it's a request. All of the folks behind, please come to the first and second row. First is you guys have given us the last session and already delayed by 2 hours. And the hall looks completely empty. Come to the first and second row, please. Please. थोड़ा भरपूर दिखे यार, नहीं तो नींद आएगी. Sir.
Whoever sits in the back rows will have to pay 500 rupees before we go.
Come. Please. How many of you are here from AMP 18? What was the strength? कहाँ है 28? Abhishek साहब कहाँ है? Who is standing out? Please call them in. ಹೊರಗಡೆ इधर करिए. करिए. अभिषेक किधर है? AMP 18 वाले बोला कि AMP 18 ही गायब है. हाँ? ಹೊರಗೆ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕರೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳಗೆ ಕಳ್ಸಿ. ಸಾರಿ, ಹೌಸ್ ಕೀಪಿಂಗ್ करना पड़ेगा. We were 25.
We were 26 and all 26 in regular touch even today.
Hi, great. Yeah. सब अभिषेक, someone is there out? AMP 18 के ही लोग नहीं है यार इधर.
If they don't come, खाना नहीं है. Guys, we'll try to keep it as I'll try to keep it as interactive as possible and make it snappy and quick. And I'm sure you will have some takeaways. Whatever little people are here, you will have some takeaways. Just a basic introduction first. You have Kannan here. To know Kannan, if at all we are all standing here and having a beautiful time, he has got a huge role from the Indian Army. He has won awards for the Kargil war, which is called the Vijay Divas. When I was reading his resume, I had goosebumps. He looks such a simple man in the corporate world, Indian Army, VIT, IIT, everywhere he is there. And fought the war, saw the bombs, saw the bullets, and he's sitting here as if he's another professor. Calm and quiet. Then you saw Jilani already. That is the introduction of Jilani. The topic is your journey with Mavericks. He's one Maverick. And being a batchmate, I can tell myself that he's a mad Maverick. He has got some 800 kilometers of charcoal mine, 30 square kilometers of gold mines, offices in some 9 countries. He looks like an ordinary fellow. And more powerful than all that, at the age of 53, he became a father also. So, so that is more powerful than all these things. And Debashish is another strange character who is right now good to have this. He has got more patents in his name than family members. He has created a company called Confiscore. All of you should try doing it. I did it today morning. Exceptional thing. It will tell us what is the confidence score of a person. A lot of strange things here because he was a management guy from IAMP. He's a lawyer from National Law. Plus, he's also he's a doctorate in science. So a doctorate, doctor, a lawyer, intellectual property specialist. That's how I think he lost all his hair, studying so much. And then we have our own Vibhas. At least he has done work in 20 countries with 20 customers, and some countries like Senegal also, Kazakhstan, Belgium, Taiwan, Vietnam. And he has worked with practically every medical company in India. Every medical company in India. MP3, no? MP4. And he's got a very interesting introduction. He always tells, I'm 60 years of age. He looks much younger, but he starts the introduction with 60 years of age. Before that, the one guy who will be troubling all of you today, my name is Guru. I run a firm called Guru and Jana. It's one of the leading chartered, not leading, it's a good chartered accountancy firms in India. We're trying to make a difference in the country, telling we can be an Indian firm. Soon we'll be 1,000 people in the organization. Going on to do a lot of new things. You love our office, no lock, no paper, no AC. We have a very strange office. We are fighting for removing tissue papers in the office. Women are not allowing that to happen.
Just to add, after the top 5 MNC companies in the audit and consulting, his company is the biggest in India.
Thank you. So what we are trying to do in the next 15, 20 minutes is, we all have been in profession, corporates, entrepreneurship and everything. Did we meet any mavericks in our journey? And meeting in these mavericks, what did we learn from them? I'll start off first and then I'll start asking some questions with all of them. There was one guy who came to deliver something in my house, asking him, what, you look to be an educated guy. Why are you coming for delivery? And I told, yeah, I'm trying to build something new. I told, what's your name? And my name is Kabir. So what do? You just have to give a call. I'll come and deliver at your house. How many people are you? We are 2 people. What's your business model? No, we'll make a lot of money. I thought he is a bloody idiot. Of course, the idiot became my client also. He's the founder of Dunzo. So these are the type of mavericks we get to meet. And when I met one guy, he asked me a loan of 12 lakh rupees. I fought with his father and took the 12 lakh rupees back with interest. That was the MD of Practo. If I had that money, that could have become 18 crores today. I got interest of 40,000 bucks. So mavericks teach us quite a lot. So the first question goes to Jilani, the truly mad maverick. You have dabbled in everything. You have dabbled in mining. You have dabbled in trading. You have dabbled in education. You have dabbled in social service. You did engineering, came to AMP and spoiled our class, by the way. He used to fight with every professor. He used to fight with every professor. When you dabble with so many people with different spectra of life, who is that maverick who inspired you in this journey?
Ask tough questions. Yeah, why do you are asking so tough? See, the first maverick I count myself where I have learned is Siddharth Hegde, the founder of CCD. I worked with him in Shivan Securities. And that's where I got the mantra. There was a ICICI issue. Before it became a bank, there was debentures issue. So the first time underwriting had started, that was in 96. So we were sent to Bombay to claim for certain underwriting and come back. So the team went, we came back with probably around 100 crores or whatever. Then the local ICICI branch bid for 500 crores. The question asked was, why have you bid for only 100? ICICI is new, Shivan Security is old. If you, it's like, then we said, no, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have people, we have limited teams. Then he said, what is required to do 500 crores? Prepare a list, come back to me. We will go at least for 300 crores. And within overnight, he made us write down. We prepared the list and he told, if they can do it, why can't you do it? And within one night, we changed 100 to 300 crores underwriting. That was the madness. And we executed it. That was the first madness. And by the time I came to AMP, I had quit as a CXO, CEO job with MRF Group's IT company, Maman Maple's company, came here. In the same campus, I have Saurav Mukherjee. He is one, he runs even today. He looks very
and
simple.
You
and
make
crazy.
people run.
Right. His session of insourcing and outsourcing, that made a difference because I had quit the job as a CXO, come back. My mind was only one company. But his sessions made me strong where he put in like legal, documentation, agreements, empowering. These are the reasons why multinationals grow in different locations and different geographies. And that was the session which changed me from one company to multiple projects. Each project, what I take is like in a company, how we handle different projects. Each company is managed in the same way. There's no rocket science. And number three is I don't work. I just live life. In the process, I work. It's not like, work type. We just live life. And whatever comes every day, we keep working. And we don't compete with anyone. Our team, all the teams or projects, we don't compete with anyone. We believe in 0 or 1. If we do, we are number 1. Otherwise, we are at 0. We eat and sleep comfortably. That's all.
Lovely. Thank you, Chief. Kadan, it gives me goosebump actually to sit next to you also. He was telling stories where you were sitting there where Kargil bombing was happening. He's in the foothold. You are techie, you have gone into corporate world, but when you are actually in a situation where bombing was happening, where you are in a combat zone with a uniform, what instance of your mind where you became a maverick in deciding? What was that maverick decision which saved you in any instance?
So, I'll not say it's something which you can practice or you can think of and
close.
it's not something that you can practice or think of and then come and speak. In the combat, this thing, it's it's the team. Your passion to do things and your responsibilities that that you bear on your shoulders and the role you are performing. And then you think that you're not one person. You think that you are an entity. You have an identity, which is your Pelton or the unit which you belong to. That comes to your mind, and then you take all your decisions based on what will be the implication of any action that I'm going to take on not on my own this thing, about the establishment that I belong to or the country, what is going to be the impact. So I'll not go to the combat part of it, but I'll slightly deviate and I'll give one instance there where I was able to take some action, and the impact was seen not only in the country level, it was seen across the globe. So I don't know, how many of you remember the parliament attack in December 2001? Okay. After the parliament attack, there were a number of meetings, brainstorming sessions, and like what all we should do, how we should respond, or what actions should be taken by bureaucrats, and what action should be taken by the defense services and all those things. In one of those sessions, we were supposed to present our plan and what we can do and how we are going to make the situation change or establish our stance. So that time I was a major. I was posted in the Army headquarters, in the Director General of Military Intelligence. I was having the official title as Webmaster Indian Army, and the additional responsibility was perception management or image projection of the Indian Army on the internet. So we had the perception management, the psychological operations team, which was responsible to handle the media. One was the print media, one was the electronic media, the radio, television, and I was the one who was in charge of the internet. So then when people are presenting, there were press releases given. There are a number of people asking, like, what is our stand, what is India doing, what is Indian Army doing, and sort of things. Number of mails coming there asking after the parliament attack. And there was no Arnab Goswami to ask the nation wants to know or something like that, but everybody was asking the same thing in the mails. So but then we had to give a response, and then they were drafting a press release, some messages, what should be done, and getting approval before that can be handed out to the media and all. Then it was my responsibility to present. I just picked up one image that was in December, that where General A.A.K. Niazi of the Pakistan Army signed the instrument of surrender to General Jagjit Singh Arora for the Bangladesh war in 1971. So that picture I picked up, and my message was, a picture can speak more than what 1,000 words cannot convey. Picked up, I added a caption, our resolve, we will do it again. And I said, I am not going to do anything. This is what I'm going to post on the internet. No press release, no paragraph, no description. And this is strange. It doesn't convey anything. I said, why do you say so? And then my director was asking, what are you trying to do here? I'm saying what we intend doing here. Then in the hall, it was something like, aren't you presenting India as an aggressive nation? If you're going to do that, we will be doing it again. I said, I like to rephrase it. I'm trying to establish that we are assertive. We are not aggressive. We are saying that we are capable and be ready for it. That is the message they said, no, we can't be doing that and we'll have to be polished. I said, that is the job of the diplomats. Why are we doing the job? We are in uniform. We are meant to be fighting. So we can't be doing that diplomat's job. Why do you want to be polished? You say what you are capable, what is your job, and what you are responsible for doing it. This is my stance, this is my presentation. I have nothing to defend. Are you sure you want to go ahead with this like this? I mean, what is that? Why do you want to change? This is not how things are being done. I asked, why not? Then there was silence in the hall. And the next thing came up was, you can't do it arbitrarily like this. You'll have to wait for the right time. I said, how long are we going to say that we are not going to be tolerant, we'll react, we'll be responding like that and all this? How long will you continue like this? There has been an attack in the parliament, and if you are not going to do it now, then when? Why not do it now? Then again, there was pin drop silence in the hall. Then nobody was there to support that idea at that time, but nobody opposed. I was left all alone to take a stand on this. And that's where the Vice Chief of the Army Staff, General Vij, stepped in. I said, why not? He said he agreed. So what will be the impact? How many people will read your message? How many people will see my site? And then it's not going to be within India. I'm looking at people who are outside the country to whom we want to convey the message. We are only looking at local audience who wants to hear that India can do this. But we want to convey the message to our adversaries that we are capable of doing it and we are ready to do that. That is the message I want to convey. He said, I like the idea. Go ahead. And that is what was the support. Then suddenly I realized that there are a lot of support from the audience. That was the turning point. And this happened, we published. And after 2 days, I picked up the statistics from the NIC, National Informatics Center, the server. And I asked them for giving us a log and did an analytics on where are the number of people who are visiting the sites coming from. So normal, on an average, in those days in 2001, 2002, we were getting some 500, 600 visitors to our site. And then after this, there were 8,000 to 10,000 visitors to the site. I said, it is just not numbers. I'm not happy but looking at the numbers. I want to see what is the impact, where it is making an impact, give me the details. They gave me the statistics across the globe, which all other countries which have been visiting our site. And I also asked them, what is the flow? What is the link that they used to reach here? What are the keywords? And after seeing my site, what all did they go further searching? What is the pattern? Give me the details. With all those details, I put up on a noting sheet. This was what I've been able to do this as a maverick. So then I got a message from my Deputy Director General. The Chief of the Army Staff wants to talk to you. And I said, I'm a major. Like, what will I go and tell? I was a bit getting nervous. Like, what will I go and tell him if he's going to ask me something? And from Why Not, when I met the Chief of Army Staff, he asked me what next. That was a turning point. I said, no, it is not like number of hits what we are getting from the country and the other countries who are interested in this thing. He said, then are we going to leave it like that? Now you have shown the power of the internet, what is the reach, and it is more than what people in the country are watching. The others are interested in knowing what's happening, what's our stand. So it's definitely going to be a psychological operation. And what can you do more on this? Come up with a plan. So immediately we came up with a plan to publicize the anti-terrorist operations that were going on in the Jammu and Kashmir. And we created on the Indian Army's website a place for the operations on a daily basis. The military operations and military intelligence jointly put up that. And along with a map with flashing lights, where the operations went on, what are the kills we had, what are the weapons captured, and things like that. Give a link to the details of the operations somewhere there. That changed the way how we used to run after the media with the press release, sending them a fax, asking them to publish in the newspaper, to people coming back and looking at the website on a daily basis, and then running back, calling us, can you give us more information about the operations, what you have been doing? It entirely changed the way how information was being fed and the push-pull mechanism of the information. It changed what the media was interested in, and that made a difference.
Thank you, Kannan. It's wonderful.
But I'll
excellent.
Say it's not directly in the combat, but then this is part of the Operation Parakram after the Parliament attack.
Lovely. So, gentlemen, we'll have to, I had more plans for more questions, but we have a paucity of time. So we need to be shorter in the answers. Now I would like to start off with Vibhas. You worked with so many companies across all your lives, multinational, Indian corporates, etc. Indians have a very famous word called Jugaad, not in a negative way. There's a beautiful book called Jugaad Innovation. All of you should read that book, fabulous book. Jugaad is in a positive way. You have worked with so many Indian corporations, so many multinational corporations. Can you think about one maverick decision which changed that philosophy where you could do a Jugaad and show that we are a maverick and we could win?
I think, thanks, Guru. I think it's a very recent experience. So I think I'll give a bit background of my company and I need to get corrected. I think I have worked for few pharmaceutical, but a lot of chemical companies. So I like BASF, Garda Chemicals, and many more. My current company is called Carmeus and we are world leader in calcium oxide or in Desi language Chuna manufacturing. We, we have more than 100 plants worldwide and so my role in general, apart, in current, although I'm managing India operation, I'm also have been managing procurement. But in addition to that, construction project has been my core. So in any project where we do the capex project where lime manufacturing is done, it is similar to cement plant, but in place of uh, horizontal kiln, we do a vertical kilns, which is like 65-meter tall. And normally those projects, when it is done, it takes a lot of time, especially in the site assembly, and where kilometers of weldings are done in situ at height, it takes a lot of time. And especially in the COVID, it was very interesting. We were running late, projects where we had a project at Oman. It was running late, what to do. And all the manufacturing were being done in India. By book, we were supposed to like manufacture around more than 65 pieces and send to site and was supposed to be assembled. After a lot of thinking, then I came up with the idea, why not to assemble in very large pieces and send it to site. And that was a jugaad. I had to negotiate with the fabrication company, negotiate with the shipping companies, and finally they all agreed. And by doing that, just to give us sheer volume, we save more than half a kilometer of welding at site. So you can understand 65-meter tall and half a kilometer of welding. With some of you, if you are related to industry, you'll understand how voluminous it was. And that saved for that project more than 60 days. And now this has become like a standard for us. So across globe, wherever it comes, it goes and directly it is being played everywhere. So that is a complete jugaad and done by me as an out-of-box thing.
Lovely, lovely. Now over to Debashish. You got a fantastic website. I tried doing it today. It has got a score to tell what is your confidence. In all your experience on this, creating this website, subscribers using it, etc., who is that guy, one maverick? For me, he is the maverick who scored beyond your website score. Your score is 1000. Who is that guy who scored 1100?
That is not possible because the way the algorithm is built, it is very standard and it has taken for me more than 5 years because I took the IP route. So when you take the IP route, nobody will whisper in your ear that what has to be done. You have to find out the gap in the world. And if you have some little bit of knowledge, I will share with you. Earlier, till 2001 January, it was the process patent and product patent. But from 2001 January, since we have become a member of WTO, it is only the product patent, which means that if someone has discovered something in Ireland or Japan or Honolulu, we will not get patent or any IP even in India. So the search engine, every IP work is finally granted by Government of India. Government of India has got a patent office, copyright office, trademark office. So their database is global. So when I start researching, I found that one component is missing in the world, which is confidence. So especially in India, we know many things. But the moment the mob comes, we have to execute something. Sometimes, or many of the times, we will not be having the required amount of confidence to take that extra step. And that was the tipping point for me to start this project. And I will just tell you something very exciting. I started studying actually psychology. And I have some psychologists, clinical psychologist friend. I started working with them. And I'll share with you only one formula or one theory, which is called Dunning-Kruger effect. They have done a lot of study and they have found that when you map confidence with competence, one side is confidence, another side is competence. Less competent people are more confident in the initial period. And then the confidence goes down when they discover that they are not
taking the correct decision or they don't know the factor. And then slowly it goes up. But more competent people in the first step are less confident. Very surprisingly. Like that, we are actually complying with more than 30 psychological principles. Another principle I'll tell you, very surprising. This is called the theory of neutrality. So when you see, for example, star rating, you will see maximum is the 3-star. So as a human being all over the world, either if it is very negative, we will not take that stand, or we will not also take the stand where it is very positive. We will come in between and take a middle path. So the way we have framed our CAT or confidence assessment template, so many theories are taken into account that we comply, and it is so simple that the reviewer need not spend any time in writing, only touch and sliding and submit everything, and the score will be calculated by the algorithm but not by the reviewer. So there is no bias. It goes through, the link goes through email so that the score is authentic. It is anonymous so that people will be frank and honest to give the correct feedback, and the score will be calculated, and also will get to know with each cycle what is the reason of that scoring in terms of real-time strength and weakness. Because of the speed, you can do it multiple times, because another problem in the industry is that suppose star rating or any other kind of review, you take today's decision based on yesterday's review, but the things are changing every day. So these are the glimpses of the system, and that's it, I think.
Wonderful. We have run out of time, so I'll have to skip a couple of questions. I'll just take another 1 or 2 minutes. You have to answer only in one word. It cannot be more than one word. We'll start from Debashish. In your AMP batch, who was that maverick professor?
I think Professor Narasimhan.
Kannan? Saurabh Mukherjee by Sannan. Saurabh again. Vibhas? Narasimhan. I thought Shainesh was for my thing. Shainesh was a maverick sort of a guy. The second question I would look at from your point of view is, what is that one single thing which AMP coordinator has done for all of us? One sentence to make our course, which is not a normal course, but definitely has got a tinge of maverick. Anybody can take it up.
I'll first take it.
Yes, please.
And I have the answer ready. After MP, what you will gain is something, what I say, transgression of knowledge. And I will give you with a live example. What is a startup? Everybody knows, right? What is startup? But right now I'll give you another explanation which you'll be surprised.
You have to complete in one sentence.
One sentence. Startup is not the game of a young person. Startup is the game of everyone, because it starts with a young age, it is up with the old age.
Lovely. Kannan, what did that one thing which made this course a little of a maverick course?
It was something I'll say, putting us in the right perspective of a horizontal exposure, which was earlier lacking, being in the vertical restriction.
Jilani, over to you.
See, one thing what I can see is once if we become alumni, every weekend there's something or the other going on in this hall. You have lifelong learning, which makes you from normal to abnormal or mavericks.
Great, Zilani. I think in my opinion, I think before I joined AMP, I always used to see there is one solution to every problem, but after AMP, I see multiple solutions to every problem, and it is really helping me a lot.
Wonderful. My take was as a maverick thing. when Jilani used to fight with Professor Vasanthi Srinivasan, she used to come up to the stage and tell me, okay, I'll listen to you. Tell me now. You become the professor. That was a strange incident where the professors were able to take even from the AMP students the best out of it. That I felt was a maverick thing. Thank you, team, for listening to us, and glad you could all stay put.
Amazing, sir. Amazing. I think that was a amazing session. Truly maverick session. So big round to the all 5 mavericks sitting here. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Before you go, we have a very small token for all of you. I don't know, but there's something certainly for you. And I would request Shankar, Mausam, Anirban, Manish, and Gaurav to please come and help felicitating these stellar mavericks. Thank you. Get some madness from him. Yes. That should be the maverick moment, right? Wonderful. Please take a beautiful picture of all of them together. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good one. Very goosebumpy. Thank you. From a little past to we're moving to future. And this is where I invite Mr. Sunil Jose to come and, of course, speak on a topic which is shaping tomorrow, which is defining AMP alumni charter and best practices. Mr. Sunil Jose, please give him a very warm welcome.
I won't take too much of your time. It's around 6 to 8 minutes is my conversation on. How many of you all have had Vasanthi in your classes? Okay, small exercise because Suresh was, Sham was getting bored and saying, are there going to be exams? So there is going to be a small case study on this particular conversation we're going to have. So Vasanthi, on the second last week or on the third week before we end this particular AMP program, had 2 exercises which you all guys should remember. One was a blank sheet of paper in which you would actually write your vision after a year. Do you all remember that? Yeah, you all remember that. Okay, and the next one was an even better exercise where Vasanthi ma'am asked us to write 5 names whom you would actually call when you are in need. Do you remember that? You remember that? Okay, so this AMP program is all about that. Okay, how I'm actually going to connect this very AMP program to this particular part. That exercise proved that we had very limited friends before joining AMP. The AMP structure made sure that we moved out of that particular box. So that exercise, when you actually named it, if you are in an IT field, you would have your relatives and you would have your close IT friends who were sitting on your desk. Do you remember that? Guys, do you remember that particular part? This goes to say that we hardly go out of our box. And today, when I was listening to Manohar, one of his friends lost his job. We built up a particular, from scratch, from 0 to around 500 odd, and then lost his job. He had no one to go for. This exercise would actually prove to look beyond his immediate circle. And AMP is very well taught that particular part. Thanks to Abhishek for getting us all together on this particular part. Abhishek, wherever you are. Where are you? Okay, Abhishek, the man behind getting us all together on this particular exercise. Okay, a big round of applause for him. Without him, nothing could have been possible of getting this whole lot. So going back to that particular exercise, which I was actually talking about, this goes to realize we are 800 odd, very, very, very strong, a kind of a professional group. I mean, and this group can grow much, much stronger if we can all come together. Absolutely. I'm talking of, I was just going through a database. We have over 60 CEOs. We have over 200 vice presidents in the company, around 340 odd directors. Tell me, I mean, what kind of workforce more? They're all our alma mater, and this alma mater is going to go stronger and stronger. So Abhishek has come at, I don't know what, the right moment in terms of what we can actually charter a framework in which I think Jilani, Guru, all are working on for the last decade or so on how we can actually channelize each of these programs. And there are various programs. We have been working together on some of the top Ivy Leagues, like the Whartons, the Kellogg's, the Harvards, how their AMP programs have actually gotten this particular part. I will give you two case studies. One case study is from AMP4, is of two very close friends called Chandru and Umesh. They started a company called News Hunt. Okay, News Hunt, they're two ex-Nokia employees, walked out, opened a very small office next to Lal Bagh. What News Hunt, I don't know how many of you all know what News Hunt does. You know what News Hunt does. It is a language, a newspaper, which can actually be read in over some 60 or 70 odd Indian languages. Okay, so people in Canada, people in UK can read the daily newspaper on this. That was their only objective. They struggled a lot. I mean, all of us know there are quite a lot of AMP4 guys. They struggle, but they stuck on to this particular part. They sold the company. Some big venture capitalists from South Africa bought the particular company, grew up, and they did wonderfully well. But Umesh being Umesh, when I asked him recently, what is your greatest interest or passion after making so much of money? He says, I would still like to go to a village and start teaching maths to these children. So guess where? I mean, a guy who wants to do something, but achieve something else on this particular path. So there are these two different stories on this part. I won't take any more time. All of you all have that bag on. This is self-praising. Just all of you all open that bag of yours. The bag which is next to you, the white bag. Okay, this is the last exercise. The white bag. Please open the bag. There is a packet called YEGZ there. YEGGZ. Ma'am, just give one packet to ma'am. One packet to sir. Okay. Yeah, you got it? All got the packet? All got the packet? Calvin? No, because you play an important role in this exercise. No, take it, hold it in your hand. Okay? Okay. All of you all? Okay. I'm a founder of this particular company called Egg Folks. Okay. Okay. So, you all can start eating if you want. This is a product made out of egg and millets. First of the kind in the world that we got to know after attending the Dubai Food Fest. Okay. This contains eggs and certain superfoods we have added into it. It's not oil, no oil in it. It's completely baked. Why have I given this to you right now? Put your AMP hats on and drop a marketing plan. I'm struggling here in this particular path. My social, my social space is absolutely zero in this part. I just launched this product 2 months back, okay? And I need, Calvin, your help in actually promoting this particular product, okay? So, sorry, I'm ending this particular part with an exercise on this particular note, giving a particular product and coming back to us just to show you the AMP Connect. Saw the links coming in. Those guys in the AMP group who told us what has AMP given to me and nothing much more. This is a live example of what is happening right now. Yeah? 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 Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Abhishek, once again for this wonderful evening. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
That's Abhishek's mistake. Heineken is Sanjay's brand. Sanjay Raina, this is a zero alcohol brand on this particular path. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
It has a superfood as well.
Yeah, it's a superfood. Yes, it is. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunil.
Thanks.
That is
Sorry.
amazing. That is amazing.
Thanks a lot.
Amazing.
Bye.
I think a big round for such an incredible journey as well as pushing us to think like an AMPN.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now the success of my company lies on your hands. Thank you.
Yes. Calvin has heard it. Yes, a small. Yeah. Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now nearing the conclusion of the today's event. Our final session is going to be a little more engaging, and I know for sure it is going to be engaging. And for this, I invite Mr. MVHH Jilani. MKHH. Okay.
Check.
The no, somebody mentioned with the permissions that the Mad Oh, he's the
Good
chairman
evening,
of.
Namaskar.
Yeah.
I think this is the toughest job. Last person to talk. What am I supposed to talk?
No, I'll tell you, even if it is not written. You may have to talk on ideas and inputs on future engagement.
Okay, that's fine. As simple as that. Let me just tell you all AMPNs. When you enter AMP, you're on salaried job. Fine? Getting 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs. So average you make 1 crore. Fine. By the time you complete AMP, you come here, you are already geared up to build it up 10 times. Before you go out, ये काम करता है. AMP ना ये काम करता है. A professional will think of entrepreneurship. A professional, he will think of scaling up or going to the next level. By the time you complete AMP and come out, you would have already got a brand value which is 10 times more within 1 year. That is what is experienced, at least with my batch and other folks also. Vibhas, I think we have been together for years. So we are growing. When we were around 30 of us or 25 of us, were managing businesses of 2,500 crores in our batch. So when you come out, you have built 10 times the business, and the business is here. That's so powerful. And if I'm right, For the past AMP batches, the first time when they come into the campus, I am called telling, please come, debrief AMP. Debriefing AMP is just telling AMP mein kuch nahi hai. When you pass through the process, when you come out, you are very powerful. At least I felt it. I have my batchmates and friends, seniors, juniors of AMP who have got the power. Now, how do we get this power? Number one, get connected to the campus. Don't leave the campus and go. It's a sincere request. Get connected to the campus. As I told you, every weekend there's a program here. If you are a local or if you're outside, you get a link. Every weekend, spend 2 hours for your learning. You have technology, you have entrepreneurship, you have relationships, you have marketing, you have branding, you have CEOs of every biggest brand in the country coming to this stage. And this stage is very pious and very powerful. So just get connected and be with IMB programs, number one. Number two, get connected with IMBA. Because we had a lot of discussions, if I'm right, Abhishek, and we want to create one new team, AMP team, ye karo, wo karo, kuch mat karo. Just get embarked with IMBA. Just go with the flow, because there's a huge think tank which works behind IMBA. If I'm right, at least, Guru, we have spent 10 years now. We have spent a decade plus. 13 years we have put in with IMBA. So don't start the cycle new. This is the first thing I would request all the young AMPians. Don't get into creating a new cycle. We already have done it. Just get into the flow and make the best out of it. Number three, this is the best networking platform ever you can get. Number three. Now coming down to what we can do in the future. Yes, we have the Career Connect coming up with IMBA. We have an entrepreneurs support which is coming up with IMBA. Yes, what AMP can do now is, there are a couple of things. One is, yes, internally in the group, we can support in career. That is always there. And we have done it for many of us, we have done it in the groups. The second thing is, lot of AMPians, once they move out, they feel their jobs redundant. They feel they want to do something good and something great. Now that's where entrepreneurship comes in. Now, any of you have any ideas or thoughts, even if you're working, please share with the team, share with the AMP group. We will be in a position to mentor and build it out. In fact, Sunil meets at the club, we keep discussing. Fine. A lot of us, Manohar meets at the club, we keep discussing. There are a lot of activities which happen in the AMP group. So please take support. Now, something concrete, which because Guru is there, I want to put this across is, we have to start a fund of AMP. Because all other programs in the campus, they have enough of funds created for investment banking or investments, and they have exited, they have made money. And in fact, I have joined other programs of entrepreneurship and family business. In their modules of startups, I have invested and made money. So, best thing what I can, how many of you don't want money here? Anyone here who does not want money? Guru, everyone wants it. Now, I would request Guru to support with a framework of starting a fund of AMP, because even 1 lakh investment of one person is huge. As Sunil just said, we have huge numbers. So what I would request is, one concrete thing to move into the future will be creating a fund, which can help. First is AMPians, because I see a lot of AMPians who do a startup, they struggle out and they try to go for a fund. They have challenges with other program people in the campus, and they have challenges with NSR cell. But still, as he told, daily, what's that? News hunt. They, yeah, it's the same thing. So there are mavericks, we need to support them. And this is something concrete which can go ahead in the future. This is like today's, before we end, we need to have something time-bound value addition to all of us, where we are here to build this individual wealth together. This is what I can suggest out, future. Anything else you have in future? I think you had all that stuff in IMBA. We have enough groups in it. Now, one group we need to create, Sunil and Abhishek, is we have a lot of AMPNs who are left out, who are not part of it. As you told, how many are there? 800 odd are not in the group. Yeah, so we need to bring all of them online because we have so many CEOs, CXOs. I have met a couple of guys in Bombay. They have done AMP, but they don't know about the group. I have met few of the guys in Dubai. They have done AMP, but they don't know about the group. So there are a lot of people. We need to consciously make an exercise to bring all 800 of them into a group. We can create a new group, not a problem. So bringing them on a platform itself is a challenge. Let's bring them. After we come on a platform, it's like you have the world in front of you. And what I would suggest is this is very necessary to create a fund because there are a lot of people who just want to invest a couple of lakhs. That's good enough. Yeah. Somebody is in trouble, you want to do a turnaround, you can do that. You can re-engineer the company and turn around and do that. In fact, I take up companies which are, I'm invited by companies who are sick, who are not well, and over a period of 3-4 years, from 2 crores, 3 crores, 5 crores, they become 150 crores. That's how it is. So we can create a fund and build it up. And any more suggestions you have, you can. I don't have much to talk, only these were the things which I wanted to talk. Or kuch hai? Yes, sir.
I believe all of us are extremely blessed.
Yes.
We have had the fortune of in programs like this, and we all hold really nice positions, make a lot of money. Let's also have a thought around CSR kind of an activity associated with AMP alumni programs that we have. It would be so nice if you can identify a few initiatives that we can.
Guru is doing it. I am doing it. We are doing CSR in a big way. Now, what we can do is we can bring whatever we are doing, we can bring it as part of AMP also and explain them. Whoever wants to join or get benefit, they can get. Okay, that is one. Anything else?
One more thing. Yeah, right now 23 AMPs alumni club. So we want to increase that particular number too.
Sunil, that is individualistic. Let's leave it to them. I think so club is an individualistic thing. Be part of IMBA, compulsory. Club, you folks go there, talk to people, decide on it. I don't want to. Let's not, because each one have something else to see. Each one will visualize the club in a different way. So I visualize in a different way. He visualizes different way. Guru, Manohar, we look into it in a different way. Each one of you have a choice. So those are your personal decisions. I don't want to influence on that. Yes, Harish talked about it, but still I will tell you take your individual decision because we are already part of it.
My batch, I'm from Bombay and there are multiple people in my batch who are in Bombay. Usually not being in a city is a big disadvantage in terms of participation or, getting together. The reason why I flew in specifically for today's meet, there's the first AMP get together, right? I don't know if this we can enhance more or say even they're twice a year or something like that together where people from other parts of the country or outside Bangalore.
See, now what we were talking to Partha and all is every year on the graduation day, morning will be your graduation. Second half will be AMP alumni meet. This is a standard. Thanks for Abhishek and AMP 18 for creating it. We'll have this as a standard. We'll have this as a standard.
Shouldn't we increase it to at least once? There's like once a year.
This is one. Next one I would request is join IMBU. In fact, me and Guru have been big time in IMBU. I think Preeti is also there who supports us. Big time. Come to IMBU. IMBU is a big activity. IMBU is a global activity. You can find alums from throughout the globe, and each batch or each program, they get together in IMBU. So for you wanted two. So one is for every AMP graduation. First half is graduation, second half is every year alumni meet. That's one standard we want to retain after today's initiative. And second one is IMBU. These are two which can have all the AMPians there. Otherwise, we have every chapter, we have Anusmaran going on. Then there are a lot of other programs which go on in the chapters. For example, I have been part of Emirates. I'm a mentor of Emirates chapter and initiated it. We have separate programs going on. Hyderabad is going on differently with different programs. I would put you back into Bombay group. I think there's a lot of activity of IMBA happening there.
I receive emails of that. I was more keen on the AMP.
Yes,
IMBA is good. We'll do that, but relating to AMP was...
I think we can have this. And during IMBU, we can have even AMPians who can stay in the campus. Even that you can do, or stay in Taj. Let's see how. Or after, usually what happens after IMBU, the batches come and stay in the campus. They spend time and then they go back. Am I right, Guru? That's what they do. So a lot of batches come together during IMBU. IMBU is like one huge, around 2,000 people coming. Yes, we can have an AMP also.
But that would be...
Yes, in IMBU we will have this time. We'll see that AMPians also get together and come together, and we'll have some separate program for that.
Perfect.
Not an issue.
Perfect.
Right. I think CSR, AMP, yes, sir.
Hey, one of the things I want you guys to do. Hi.
Namaskara.
Most of you, I've been hearing all of this about coming together at the end of the program. It's also a good idea for people to engage in the beginning of the program. There's a lot of uncertainty about AMP, and we've been spending a lot of time talking about how EGMP, AMP, MBA, why so old, what is this value add, and all of that drama happens.
Hi.
The first week of the program is a great opportunity for alumni to engage with the batch.
Prof, if I'm right, AMP 4, we were 5 of us who came and gave them debriefing.
Yeah.
And now, if I'm right, every year I come alone and give a debriefing.
Exactly. So therefore, that's an opportunity for you.
And for all of you guys, you can come when the batch starts, you can come and share your experiences. There were some AMP 18 folks who met me and told, thanks for coming. If I'm right, thanks for coming in the first. We had AMP means something else, but after you visited us, we calmed down and we finished the program. And thank you for coming today. That's what folks said. AMP was like one big, because, sorry, profs also, no? तुम लोग इतना डरा देते हो, मास्टर मालूम है आप कितना डरा देते हो. मास्टर ने डरा दिया और दूसरे दिन मैं जब गया तो बोला, प्रोफेसर ये बोला. बोला प्रोफेसर कुछ नहीं बोला. प्रोफेसर तुम्हारे को बम्बू लगाएगा, काम करो, पैसा दिया है, सॉरी, हर घंटे का इतना पैसा लगा हुआ है, वो पैसा वसूल करो कैंपस से. आप होमवर्क करो, केस स्टडीज करो, प्रिपेयर होके आओ. खुद करना है. प्रोफेसर कुछ नहीं, प्रोफेसर फैसिलिटेट करेगा. प्रोफेसर डराता है because you have to come at 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock. You will come at 8:30 like office. It does not work. That's why professor डराता है. Correct है ना sir? So there, because we all are AMP guys are like बड़े हैं ना already. When I came in, say ये CEO बन के आया, वसंती यूं घुमाती तो मैडम को बोलता, मैडम HR में ही पढ़ा था. That's how it is. So उनको डराना पड़ता है और हमारे को भी ना debrief करना पड़ता है. So that both of it works. And until unless that time discipline does not come, because few are entrepreneurs, They just come casually. So until and unless we break that amount and tell every session इतना आप खर्चा कर रहे हो, इसका पैसा उसूल करो. जब तक हम नहीं बोलते ना वो, but वो सब लोग बोल नहीं सकते. So when the sessions start, you guys can come and spend some time. Even 20 minutes each or 30 minutes is good enough. I didn't know that you guys have come.
No worries. Yeah,
Or
hi,
kuch-
Krishna here. So we were so excited. We really spent my batch from 15. Actually, few people came from Delhi, Bombay, Hyderabad. Me from Bangalore, I decided to stay one night and celebrate the entire event. Thank you for this.
Great.
I have one input that we need to have more visibility as a brand of AMPIM, and we all are the ambassador. We are the brand ambassador for AMP. I see a very poor visibility in LinkedIn and other social media. I think we should all contribute. We should all contribute. That's my input.
I think AMP group is there on LinkedIn, if I'm right, Abhishek.
But not much active. I am part of it, but not much active.
Yeah, so I just want to add a couple of more things to what just came out. So one, that today photo session, what we had. So one of the AMP1 batch 1 alumnus is going to drive that, and he's going to create a drive where he'll invite most of us to expand the existing group. In addition to what annual frequency of alum meet which came out, we also have a thought which we wanted to hear, and we in fact got feedback in the survey as well, where we can have relatively higher frequency, maybe online sessions. So like today, just morning, this idea came that Professor Padmani, who wanted to talk on corporate governance. So why not we have a forum where maybe every alternate months, we can have some session which may be of interest to the community. So about the continuous learning, which Jill Bhai mentioned, this could be also one. So we will look forward for more such ideas. And obviously, it would make more sense to go with the IMBA community as a parent community for us to expand. But from the AMP perspective, we definitely want to create more learning opportunities, which could be recurring in a process, which can be followed in a sustainable manner. So we definitely look forward for more ideas beyond what we discussed in the group and further. We look forward. So that's something.
Hey,
I would like to
one
add.
thing, one serious effort all the AMPNs have to do is get involved in a lot of activities in the campus and in IMBA. This I don't see. If I'm right, AMP means in the campus it's Guru and Jilani. ऐसा नहीं होता है. You have to give time. कुछ पाना है तो कुछ खोना है. You want to do something, give time. Come here and sit on Sundays and Saturdays. I don't know how many times I've heard Shainesh, sir, after AMP. When you get into AMP, you are 10 crores. When you get out of AMP, you are 100 crores. You come for sessions every day, you are 1,000 crores. Keep that in mind. And this is a living example. I have made a lot of money coming for Saturday and Sunday sessions here. Get involved in the campus. That's what I would suggest. And more visibility comes when you contribute more in the campus. You have to spend time. यहाँ पे ना सब don't take it otherwise. बात बहुत करते हैं जब meeting होता है. When you have to leave that home and come on a Saturday or Sunday, that pain comes in. You have to come and get involved. Only then recognition आएगा. Lot of people in AMP don't know. AMPNs sit on panel of on the panel for interviews. They are there for mentors for PGP. They are there in different programs for moduling. So much of inputs we give. Only thing, you have to get involved. आप involved नहीं होते हो, then people come and say, I heard you were on the panel. हाँ भाई, you come there, sacrifice your time, you spend time, work on it. Over. You have to get into it. और कुछ भाई? We close.
We're just closing. Why don't you come? 10.
Who is this? कहाँ पे?
I think he's inviting people from outside saying we're closing, why don't you come? We all can listen to all of
Okay,
it. what
thank
he
you.
said.
Thank you very much. I think a couple of points we have made note of it and we will put in the group and get into action. This is what I would suggest. This is the future, nothing. We don't have a rocket science here. As these folks have told, we have to get involved and do it. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And Shainesh
Yes.
sir.
Shainesh sir.
Because of you, I think we remembered Guru. We have become mavericks after your sessions.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Good to see the first batch, second batch, third batch, and fourth batch in the first. Yeah, Paris batch. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a good initiative, great initiative. And as Jilani was saying, I know the IMB Alumni Association is a bigger forum, and that has now each chapter has started sort of almost monthly, sometimes bi-monthly events, and that's a great way to connect to the larger community. But I think the second part, which Jelani said, is that there is a lot of opportunity for you to get engaged, but it takes some time and effort. It doesn't just because you're completed the program, you don't expect that people will invite you to do something. You have to get involved by coming and connecting back with faculty and others, and especially the program office. I think today we have Sharad and Abhishek, who is taking the lead on the LinkedIn and social media profiles. This is always a concern that AMP doesn't have a brand, and right from the first batch, that should we have a separate brand? This has been always a concern. But I think overall, as an institution, the IMB brand is much bigger than an individual program brand. And as part of the IMB Alumni Association, it makes really sense to leverage and also contribute to that opportunity. Yeah. With that, I hope this becomes a much more recurring, regular. I remember we did this in the 5th batch, isn't it? There was a crisis after around 2010 types, when we had some of the folks who had a lot more uncertainty. I didn't realize that in January when you join the program, you have uncertainties. But we had uncertainties because of job losses at that point of time. And I remember Jilani and others came back and talked to them, and that was the first time people were experiencing in the first places. Now it has become much more recurrent. We don't take, for granted that you're going to work for organizations for a long time. But 15 years back, that was not true. It was almost assumed that when you join an organization and you're in a middle or senior level position, you will stay for life almost. That has changed. Yeah. So I think this is a great community, and it's always great to meet people and contribute. But the brand will stay with you always. Yeah. So please make sure that as brand ambassadors, you enhance it, you contribute to it. And we look forward to meeting all of you again and again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. For people who do not know me, after that crisis that happened with AMP5, right, I think it was important for somebody to redo the AMP. So AMP6 was redone. Up to AMP5, it was 1 day a week kind of a module. So we sort of experimented with this idea that we will do 1 week at a time, weekly slots. After that, one was that crisis. Second thing, we made sure it's a calendar year, January to December. Standardized that January to December calendar from AMP6. And the third thing that we did, the third reason why we did that was also about being able to get more networking happening within the groups. If you're spending 6 days on campus, 6 days together continuously, you're not thinking about your work, you're not thinking about, at least some point of time, you will spend a dinner together, you will walk across the street, right? Across the street, you have some things to do. You'll get beyond your studies, get beyond your work, you'll be able to network better. Hopefully it has done well, and hopefully the batches, I think, are much more cohesive now beyond this one, but it's also important that we do this across batches cohesiveness. I think that's something that this kind of an initiative is important. Most batches do this in the 10th batch. Other programs do it when they get milestones of 10th, right? 18 is a good time to do. 18-year-old is good to have. Early adulthood of the program, right? So good. Thank you very much for doing all of this 18th batch. And I think this will bring all the AMPNs together and be able to build brand AMP beyond all of these 800 people that Sunil's talked about. Right? There are a lot of people who are behind the AMPs, right? Bring all of them together as well, not just the people who did all of this, but there are a lot of people behind, and helps facilitate all of that. Bring them together. I think it'll make a wonderful group community.
Great, sir. Thank you so much. I would request you to please stay here, and Professor Shainesh for 1 more minute.
See,
yes.
See, it's like this. For AMPNs, what Shainesh sir says is not visible. One thing I can assure you, any program in the campus or in IMBA, whatever happens, when nothing happens, they're not able to crack that, it comes to AMPNs, both of us. And we have proved again and again and again and again over years, a decade, where they slip out, they're not able to do it, it comes in, we have the solutions. So that's the impact what AMP has created, and you guys are very powerful. Just get into IMBA.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now I'm sure there are going to be many, many more. So, sir, thank you so much for everything that you've done. May I request Mr. Jilani to please give away a small token of our gratitude to Professor Srinivasan. We can be louder, sir. And to Professor Shainesh. That's it. Thank you so far for so many years. Thank you. Yeah. So it's a one. You want to say, sir, something?
My name is Vinayak, and I am from AMP1. We just started. Professor Shailesh, I don't know whether you remember me. We all went together to Barcelona, and we finished our ESAID course there. Just wanted to, this question is to Jilani and Guru. I'm seeing them for the first time, and coming to campus maybe second or third time. See, most of the people who are AMP 1 and 2 are almost at the age where we are getting kind of 60 plus. So we are kind of getting retired. Some of them may be really young in nature and they want to do a lot of things. And there are some things where we, especially me, for example, soon after 2007 AMP1, I became a VP, senior VP, BU lead, and really did a good run for 28 years in CGI. And I retired from there. And now I don't want to really engage in too many things. But is it possible for maybe CSR or something like that for people who are don't want to stretch too much, but at the same time keep ourselves engaged for a couple of hours a day or maybe couple of days a week, so that the institution as well as the IMBA can help us to get there. This bracket may not be there too many people, but I'm the first one maybe.
True. There are a lot of CSR activities which happen in the campus, which happen with IMBA, and which happen even in AMP group. So just get connected, will help you, not an issue. You will be part of it.
So actually we were talking about how to connect, lots of things within the community, as being part of the alumni network and so on and so forth. One of the things I felt got missed out was connecting with the professors. I remember it was 2015, and we were having a logistics startup, as I was mentioning, and all I had to do was drop one email to Professor Srinivasan saying, can you connect me to somebody in delivery? He did not blink an eyelid. He connected me to Sahil Barua. He said, he's my student. I'll write an email right away. And the same day, the email went out. Today, as all of you would know, delivery is like, it has gone IPO. It's a several thousand crore company. But connecting to the professors who do a lot of consulting work, and so many CEOs are their students, say they would have an excellent connect. So please use I use is not the right word, but please do connect with the professors also. It's a great platform. So you cannot afford to miss that channel as well. So that's the one point I wanted to make. So thank you, Professor. Really appreciate that.
Yeah. So for those who are interested in CSR, especially you, we have a Center for Corporate Governance, and coincidentally, Professor Padmini is the chair. So we have, it's a great platform, and they do conduct a lot of events also, including online events. So I think from the EP office, one of the things that we have to do is make sure that you're part of the mailing list. It goes to the alumni. I don't know how many of you receive, open the newsletter that comes from the alumni office, because that usually has the announcements for the programs, upcoming programs. Many of them come from the centers. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Okay.
There was never a, probably from our side also, if there could be a initiative to get the contract list updated. I mean, I don't know, probably I'm missing something. Like probably app?
App is there, sir. Cool. So, from our ladies and gentlemen, I want to now call it like boys and girls. Yeah, wonderful. So, boys and girls, I think the first of many has kind of going to get concluded. And without much, I would want to say thank you to Abhishek, because he is one person behind this entire mammoth exercise of connecting you to all the 18 batches and bringing them together. Abhishek, thank you from my side first. You will hear it much more. But he also has to say a lot of things. He has a, I would request him to come here and say a word of thanks as well.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for this. Thank you all for patient participation. Apologies for delayed start, and we are around 50 minutes beyond the schedule. So I would just like to initiate with the thought that when the idea of having a forum like this was sprouted, Professor Reggie is here. We had a discussion around 3 months back. And that was the first time we started talking that how do we bring all together. And I'm feeling pretty fortunate, and a lot of emotions are there just to be on stage today and initiate this vote of thanks. It's an absolute honor to deliver this vote of thanks on this special day as we are concluding Prayaan, the first ever alumni meet. I hope we would be able to continue from here. And as we discussed, we would like to create a charter where we can meet at least every year, and if possible with a relatively higher frequency. Today definitely marks a historic milestone in our journey, bringing together the incredible AMP community and all under one roof of this prestigious campus and this prestigious hall. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Rishikesh for attending and supporting us and fostering this environment where lifelong learning and meaningful connections thrives. A special thank to our program directors, Professor Reggie, Professor Ashok Thampi, Professor Jha, Professor Mishra, and all the previous PDs. We heard a lot while you guys were away. We heard a lot, and many of the alums mentioned you were mavericks in their life. And you were responsible for the life transformative journey for many of them. We really appreciate the insight what you gave from AMP 6 onward, the change which has happened. We in AMP 18 experienced that, the power of being together for 6 days and for a year. This was really powerful, and definitely this transformation which was initiated, which is a legacy now, I'm sure will take us forward. Mr. Partha and EP office, comprising Aditi, Sharat, and entire admin team for supporting, Kavita and her communication team for creating all the flyers, what you see, all the communication, the webcasting which is happening. There are 20 plus members of our community which have joined us since afternoon, and across the globe, someone from UK, someone from US, they also have joined in because of the support from them. Mr. Ramesh for helping organize the logistics and his entire support staff in creating and assembling the bags what you saw. all of this was happening for last several days, and they were pretty supportive in organizing all of this. Our sincere appreciation goes to our IAM alumni office. We also had significant insight from IMBA office. So I really want to thank Harish, Subodh, and Deepu. They were able to not only galvanize all of us, but also were able to bring a lot of team members who were able to share more insights, how we can contribute in IMBA affairs and how all of us can benefit IMBA. We are immensely grateful to our sponsors, Eon, Mr. Jelani, Mr. Shankar, Mr. Sanjay, and Mr. Sunil for their gracious support in organizing this bag, what you have in hand. To our esteemed alumnus who had supported this idea when the idea was coined a few weeks back. I remember when the first WhatsApp group expansion was initiated 5 weeks back. And I was under impression whether you will block me as a junk. And fortunately, it didn't happen. So from a few double-digit numbers to 500 plus group in 4-5 weeks, it was an effort, and I really appreciate all those who were willing, who were waiting for this day to happen, and coming and flying from all over and attending to it. Thank you for doing that. I would also like to acknowledge the extraordinary effort of the organizing group. Can I have Gaurav? Can you please stand up, guys? Mausam, Shankar, Neha and Parvati, they are not here. We also had phenomenal voluntary support from Yask, Hari, Anirban, Prashant, who worked behind the scene from last several weeks. And we knew that we are pretty short in time. We were not very confident how much we'll be able to turn around, but with very limited budget, because we decided not to have any participation fee, and organizing the sponsors and bringing all together, a lot of groundwork had gone. So once again, would like to have a clap for all of them. Rahul, Ritika, and Aditi for sailing us throughout the day. Your exceptional energy and seamless hosting was the central point for the theme of the day of Prayaan. Your professionalism truly elevated the event success and engagement. Thank you for that. Lastly, to everyone who attended and supported Prayaan, thank you for being part of this historic moment. This is just the beginning, Sunil, as we discussed, just the beginning. We'll take it forward. And I can assure you that we as a community, 800 plus members, as a lot of discussion has already happened with the fund idea, which is already floated, I can assure you that we will make a significant impact, not only to our current generations, but to our next batches and future AMPNs. Let's continue to strengthen these bonds, learn from each other, and inspire everyone around. Thank you. Please join us at MDC for networking, music, and dinner. Thank you.